All right, everyone, that should be working now. Amazing, amazing. Yeah, it might take a second, but it should be working roughly now. I clicked go live, so should be executing any moment. And there we go. Cool. Amazing. So yes, so to the audience, we just mentioned that we were going to be, for the first 1 or 2 hours, just answering questions, Q&A, helping people get up to speed with, MCP connections, skills, and so forth, before Capstone, where we'll be sharing more and more information about the projects that the team and the community has been working on here. And we'll be doing demos and everything from 1 to 5 minutes, depending on the person, and also it's optional. But we're looking forward to seeing all the projects that you've been working on. And in this case, we have a question: how do you get both ChatGPT and Claude to be interacting with the same Notion board? In this context, what we do is, as I mentioned, you go to, for ChatGPT, you go to Settings here, click Settings, go to Plugins, right, which is right here. You go to your Notion, or you browse for Notion, right, and which will be down here, Browse Plugins, right? You can search for it right here with Notion, and once you find it, which is in this case, we can manage it from there. In my case, I'm going to click Reconnect. I reconnected already, so now I'm connected. So in case for Claude, what you do is you go to here, you go to Settings as well. A lot of it's very similar, as you can kind of see, but a little bit different. In Claude's case, you go to Connectors, and in Claude is Connectors, which means MCP server, right? And you would go ahead and you can click Add here, like Browse, right? You can find them. In this case, you'd search for Notion. It's very popular, right? You click the plus sign, and when you click the plus sign, it connects you to your Notion. I'm going to connect myself to the same Notion here, right? And what you do in this case, which I think is probably more to your point, maybe you see a skill on one but not the other, right? Because what you might have is you might have a case where you're connected to both, but you need to get your skills ported over. What I usually recommend is I say something like this, right? I go into Claude. Let me close that because I'm already connected. Right, I'm already in it. Okay, cool. So what we'll be saying is, for example, can you port over, so what you could actually just ask Claude, please port over, I'm going to zoom in here, the skills that I saved in my .codex file for Notion Task Creator and Updater.
What would that look like if I needed to port it over from Claude into Codex?
Right, yeah, so it'd be the same thing. So you could even just go into Codex, for example, and what you'd do in this case is you'd open this up, you type in this case, Codex, right? For some reason I have to sign in. Okay, I do not. Excellent. So you go back to the same thing, right? And you would say, I have a skill in .claude. And in this case, if it's at home, you might want to do asterisk, but it should figure it out regardless. That is called Notion Task Creator and Updater. Please port these over into .codex, right? And in this case, if it's already done, which is in my case, I just don't want it to do it for me. If it's already done, let me know, right? Excellent. So what this should do, and I'm going to zoom in for you. This is how I generally port over skills. There's probably honestly skills. You can make a skill to do this too, right? Like you / command, port over skills from Claude to Codex or Codex to Claude, right? This is what I do whenever I have skills that I want to port over. I just actually just ask it to port them all over, right? So I'm using skill creator guidance because it's a skill migration task. I'll compare the Claude versions with the existing Codex skills, Notion Task Creator, and Notion Task Creator entries. Then only port changes if the Codex copies are missing or out of date, right? So in this case, it already has the skill, right? In your case, I don't think we do. So when you ask it, let me know. Is it saying like, hey, want me to port this over, or is it kind of giving you like questions? In your case, it might be in the Linktree profiles.
Yes.
Right. So Yeah. So you can actually just have it copy paste it over into Codex, or just ask it to migrate it, because it'll have some differences potentially. Because one's a config toml file technically, and one's a markdown file.
It says, all right, I think it's doing it.
Okay, nice. Yeah, so that's how I do it, right? Like whenever I have to port over skills, I just say, hey, can you do that for me? Right? And then what's nice, but I do ask Codex or whichever one's doing the porting, because they have guidance of their own way of doing it, right? So like, I trust Claude to do it, especially with Context 7, right? But you know, if I go to Codex and ask it, it'll use its own, as you can see, it uses its own skill migration thing, right? To do the porting, right? So yeah, any other questions? Yourself?
Yes, about the skills, we already know what the skills.
Yes.
For me, it remains unclear how you connect the skills if you create a simple workflow.
To do a simple workflow, right. So give me an example of a workflow that you might be interested in.
I don't know, let's say I have a folder with, clear example, I have a folder with SQL Server statements.
Okay, SQL Server tables, okay.
Just
Yeah,
a folder with those SQL statements.
yeah,
I want to replicate the same thing in database, but SQL is not the same.
Mhm.
It has a different syntax.
mm-hmm.
So I created, let's say I have one that is checking the validity of the SQL Server scripts, and then the other one is creating the porting to the other folder.
Okay, so you want
I
to
have
port,
two skills, but
Right.
I want to connect them automatically. Maybe I have three skills that are,
right,
they are procedural.
right. Yeah, so if you have a procedural skill and the task is to migrate an SQL database or just to port it over or to copy it over into a folder, right, a folder structure that it would choose of, right? So I think that's kind of straightforward. What you might do is you might ask it to, instead of like just porting everything over, have it create a script to port everything over, right?
You will not relay on the skill. You ask to create the script.
Yeah, ask it to have the skill create the script, right? And then it executes the script at the end. Like that might be another way of doing it, right? That makes it so that it goes into coding mode as opposed to trying to do it, you know, conversationally. So as you can see, sometimes he's like working with skills. Sometimes it like you want to go conversational, but then sometimes you want to take it back into like processing mode, right? So his question was, how do you migrate or copy over like an SQL database into like a folder structure? This is a unique task. A lot of you might not need this particular issue. But in this case, you could use a skill, you just ask it to do it, right? But I might, in this case, say, have the skill, you know, and then you already kind of know what kind of format you might want. Have it write a script to do the migration out, right? Because then it'll do the script, and then by the end, it'll just activate the script.
For context, the folders are pre-populated in the standard way, so you don't record the script because you have the examples. If it was 0,
Yeah.
let's say one folder full of things and the other one empty,
Yeah.
I agree. But
Yeah.
the other one I already did because I know that
Yeah.
AIs are stupid. So I created already the first batch of files
Right.
that are properly named, properly organized
Right.
inside,
Yeah.
and it knows. Because
Right.
when it says the destination folder,
Yeah.
it knows the contents, it knows
Right.
the format, it knows the syntax, it knows everything.
Yeah,
So it's
in this case, you know, if you had 3 skills, I think you could either loop those skills, right, or put those into one big, larger skill, right, and then it just executes one after the other, or as part of one larger skill, right,
When I come to the decision that I need to create an agent,
right,
can be that my workflow is super complicated, I loop, you know, can be like that. So
yeah,
when it comes to the
right, yeah, yeah. So it could be very complicated. You know, first just give that a try with the original skill, right? But if it is too much, then that's where automation can come in, right? Whenever it gets like too complicated or too intense, you know, that's where automation can come in. But you can get very far with a skill, because a skill you're just activating Opus or Claude Code, right? You know, Fable. And generally, it can really figure it out, especially if it's a very detailed skill, right? Like here's like the folder structure, here's what I expect, here's what's already there, and so forth, right? So yeah, give that a try. Any other questions that the audience might be able to learn from? Or questions that you're having, you know, with respect to skills, MCP servers, any examples you want to see? Go ahead, Nia.
I'm working on foundational things, and I'm not sure if this relates to the question that was just asked.
Right.
Is there like background that I need to put into Codex that was implied so that it can start working?
Yes. Actually, I would say yes, although it depends on the question, right? So, for example, if you're meaning like different conversation stuff, right, different conversations, that might be outside the scope, but you can get those conversations through transcripts and stuff like that, but that's probably a little too advanced. However, what you're probably thinking of is the agents MD file, or the Claude MD file, right? So if there's one thing you need is you need the Claude MD file and the agent's MD file both loaded, instantiated in the agent. So that way your codex is running just as efficiently as your Claude and vice versa, right? So the Claude agent for context, right, again, is inside of, in this case, we're going to use VS Code because I love Cursor, but they are kind of pushing some things recently. So, you know, let me see here. Let me see. It's okay. What we're going to do is we're actually going to, let me see here, close this. Do we?
In Grant, while you were talking,
Right.
I just put in, like, basically go to that thread.
Right.
Read it in Codex.
Right.
Go to the Claude thread and read it, and it said, all right, I read it, we're up to date.
Yeah, so you just asked it to switch it over? Oh, the skill?
I just asked it to go into, I asked Codex to go into Claude in that thread and
Right.
read the thread.
Oh, okay, nice. Yeah, it's nice. So it moves the thread into the most recent Claude conversation or something?
I don't think it moved anything. I think
Yeah.
it just read it.
Oh, yeah.
That understanding.
Nice, amazing. Yes, so you can do that. You know, you can ask it to find the most recent conversations because they're all technically sessions and conversations. Or you could also have it like just kind of copy paste, right? You know, sometimes people do that. There's things like I'm working on that are more like organizational of the agents and stuff, which is fun. But for right now, I think just you know the Claude MD file, the agents MD file, and you know just either copy paste or if you want to go more advanced, you know try to find those most recent conversations and see if you can rip those threads and then pass it to the context for it to read, like you just did.
Perfect.
Nice.
You have to give it a tag. So it does
In fact, that'd be cool if you want to share that to the community.
a path like a red path, like red path, like you know.
I'm not that sophisticated at all. I just typed it in and just like go read this. But it sounds cool.
Yeah, like in this case, right? You know, you have your, you know, you just go Claude MD file, right? So, like if you want to port both of them, Claude MD, right? You know, or agents MD. And technically speaking, you could also, I believe, reference each other, right? So you can kind of just reference the agents.md file, right? So when it instantiates, it just kind of reads that one. Yes, so, yeah, so you can do that. But yeah, share the thread sharing thing that it did. Ask the AI to give a brief summary of what it did and how it worked, to have it read the most recent conversation. And then share that to the group chat, because I think that's actually very valuable.
Yeah, do that.
Yeah, thank you.
I will. And all I wrote in was, can you read the connect with the link with thread, run on Claude code to get up to speed so we can get to work.
Nice. Yeah, and it got it? Like
Yeah,
that, that's cool.
And he's like, good.
Nice.
My last question is just how do I get both of them to work on the Notion,
Yeah.
my long list of Notion?
Yeah. So in that case, right, if you have the same skill and they're both pointed to the same one, right, that means you could just talk to both of them and now they're both connected to the same thing. So they'll both work in tandem. But if you mean like, will they communicate with each other? Is that what you're asking? Or is he asking just like, how to just have both of them work on it independently?
I guess maybe it's more like what's the best approach to
Yeah.
both of them and like how does it actually work? Like am I the orchestrator?
Yeah.
Are they like, oh, this one's working on it.
Yeah, so I would say this, you know, just in this context, basically, you be the orchestrator, right? But as long as you have the task in there, you, like say, for example, start proceeding with the tasks, right? And plan it out. And it'll start, you know, working on them, closing them as it finishes, and then kind of report back to you with any questions. Gabe?
I have some useful input for this. So when you're talking about an MCP, can I borrow the microphone?
Sure.
So I have some useful input on this topic. When you're using an MCP connector, right? You're using plugin or a connector, whatever they call it. It's really just a glorified MCP, right? And when it's connecting to a particular service, it's like giving your agent an extra login to your service. So it's like you have your Notion, and imagine you had your Notion account. It was like a team account, right? And you had two employees, employee Claude and employee ChatGPT. And you said, okay, I'm going to give you a login. I'm going to give you a login. There isn't anything beyond that you're really doing when you connect it to your agents, other than giving them a login. So if you think about it in that respect, it's actually kind of easier to comprehend, because at the end of the day, you're literally just saying, okay, you have access and you have access. Now, that being said, let's say you had a Google Drive, right? And you had the same, document in the Google Drive, and when you share it, everybody's typing at the same time, and everybody's, Susie's typing and Tom is typing. So there are situations where the MCP will expose to the agents the other agent, right? That's called provenance. It's showing where the data and the edits came from. But, honestly, unless the service you're using, be it Notion, is specifically making that a feature, I wouldn't even think about it like that. I would just think about it as two separate employees, just using the same service, and then you tell one to do it, and it does it. If you tell the other one to do it, it does it. And if you tell one to do something the other one is doing, and then they do it at the same time, they're gonna just get confused.
So that's the way to do that, because normally that was a question of how we log it. When we're working in that database, connect to the source,
Right.
we log the data. Any system that is doing something cannot do any data unless the
So,
person releases.
you wanna
Same thing there. Let's say I don't have sequential because the orchestration is a human.
Uh-huh.
The human is thinking procedurally, right?
Right.
Let's say that I have agents that are running workloads.
Right.
And independent. I'm not orchestrating that.
Right.
What happens if they compete each other into the same notion?
Well-
How the locking system works?
So-
know who is doing what.
Yeah, so there's a few ways you can approach this, right? So I really like the analogy of employee one, employee two, because that's exactly what this could be thought of, especially in this context. There's ways that you can make them sync, but that's outside the scope for this. In this context, right, just like if it was employee one or employee two, you could have the agents assign themselves to the Notion tasks, right? So you can imagine,
That's a good idea.
right? So I'm Claude one, that's Codex one, right?
That
Something
being
like that.
said, you need to specifically say in whatever skills or whatever, agent
Right.
styles, if another agent is working in this document, don't touch it.
Right.
You have to tell them that, just like you have to tell your employee, hey, if Susie's touching the document, don't do it on top of her, just ask her. Now, granted, agents don't really have an ability right now to easily.
Right. Well, that's where they do, right? But that's where it's outside the scope. That's super advanced. That's channels, right? So in channels, yes. So in Claude channels or in Codex, like for example, with Claude Agent SDK and Codex agents with an S SDK, very different.
So that's what you were talking about the other day.
Yeah, right. Yeah. So the agents can talk to each other actually through these sessions, through channels. But again, that's very advanced.
Super early days on that.
Yeah, I would say don't think about that right now. But a way to get around that is to just do the Notion assignee, right? Just assign an agent to a task, right? And then, but also if you work on them independently, right? Like you're doing one, like single threaded. That just means like you're focused on one and then you switch over to the other. You don't really have to think about it. It's only when you're doing both simultaneously, you should have one agent. Maybe, and just to keep it simple, right? How do we keep it simple in this algorithm? In this algorithm, to keep it super simple, Claude just assigns itself as Claude, right? Codex just assigns itself as Codex. Done, right? That way you're going down your session for each of these, and they're independently marking each other. Now, if you want to go super far deep, right? You start doing channels, you do all that. Each of these will have its own name, right? It's just like every employee has its own name. But again, that's like a future course. That's like our next course. Amazing. Any other questions? Thank you, Gabe.
So which means that you need to use common sense.
Yeah,
There's
pretty much.
No recipes, it's just common sense.
You know what's funny? I really think this is the case. No matter how, we're going so sci-fi right now. It's getting so advanced. But at the end of the day, it's still all the same fundamentals. Problem solving, discipline, right? Common sense, how do you talk with the age? Just like with people, right? You need to have assignments.
If you have a bunch of construction workers, you have to be a good foreman, you have to be a good boss, you have to be a good leader. And, it applies a little less for agents because it's not like you have to make them motivated or anything. But you still have to.
Although maybe.
Maybe, yeah.
Maybe,
They'll succeed, but some will not.
Yes. So, and we'll switch up the Q&A as well, so we get a wide variety of the instructors speaking as well. So we can switch it up in maybe like 15 minutes, something like that. But yes, any other questions about agents, skills, MCP servers, anything that you're having issues with your workflows, or questions about your workflows that we can provide guidance for right now? Cool. Well, then, in the meantime, let's go ahead and just kind of start building out, the automations, the workflows, and so forth, right? so that way we can get ready for our upcoming demos. How does that sound? Cool, amazing, amazing. Cool, we'll be walking around. Thank you. And for those on the live stream, feel free to just ask your questions. You know, we'll be helping come around as well from desk to desk. We'll be monitoring the live stream. And just go ahead and kind of like work on automation, a workflow, right? Either share a slide deck or a Vercel. Just go ahead and like, or post it to Vercel, and we'll go ahead and share it to the community. And we'll do that for, you know, anywhere between 1 to 5 minute demos, and we'll be good to go. So amazing. Can't wait to see what you all end up cooking.
Like, I literally, one time I was trying out Grok, right? Grok, like the 4.5.
I'm gonna help some people. But yeah, I think that's what we just mentioned, right? You know, with the porting skills and stuff. Right. Yes. That's super cool that it worked.
Doing all of them. Yeah, I'm like, maybe I should do all of them.
Yeah, oh yeah, I recommend it, you know, because that's what I do. I port all, whenever I'm like, oh, I need to do this on Codex or Claude, and I'm like, oh, brick wall, I need these skills. Okay, move everything over, right?
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. And in fact, it can be a cool skill to have, like the skill migrator, right? Migrate all the skills from Claude. So you know what I usually do? Whenever I have another process for skill creation is we go through, like when it actually does the things end to end, right? Like for example, it just did what you just wanted it to do. Turn that into a skill, because now it knows what you want. It just did the workflow, right? And because it just did the workflow, it knows the skill it needs to create. And therefore you just say, okay, turn that into a skill. And then it just kind of gets it.
Smart. Thank you.
Yeah, there's so many of these things that are just kind of like, you just got to keep playing with it, and then you like start like seeing these patterns. Cool, amazing. How can I help?
Okay.
And do you mind if I have this on, or should I turn this off?
No, no.
Okay, cool.
Okay, so
Actually, maybe I'll. Right.
this thing runs. You know?
Yeah. Do you mind if I turn this on, the recording? Okay, cool. Amazing. Yeah, just so the people on the YouTube are able to learn as well.
Yeah, cool.
So the question is, you know, how can we make this run at a particular time, right? Like let's say every day, every week. Yeah, so basically to do that, you need to set up what you call a cron job. So check it out. Ask the AI, are we able to put this on a cron or a cron job? And how would we do that? I'm actually curious too. Yeah, but we call them cron jobs. Nowadays, actually, what's funny is that in AI and LLMs, sometimes people call it, like with OpenClaw, the heartbeat, right? They call it a heartbeat, right? Because you want to do something every, like, I don't know, 10 seconds, every day, every couple of days, right? But if you look up cron job, what is a cron job? It's a way of a system it's like a system that has like 5 different fields, asterisks, and one's for like, I think, seconds, minutes, hours, days, you know, that kind of thing, right? And every X amount of time, it'll go ahead and execute that program. So there's a lot of ways to execute these. Like there's different frameworks, there's different web applications, but go ahead and ask the AI and see what it recommends on the terminal side.
Should it be in the same folder where I build the thing?
I recommend that, yeah. So say like, great, we did it, you know, that's just how I talk, but you don't do it. So, but yeah, great, cool. So how would we create a cron job for this script? Oh, sorry, cron, so let me spell that for you. So it's C-R-O-N, cron job. In fact, I might even talk about this up there, because I think it's helpful for the audience. Cron job, yeah. Yeah, actually, maybe. Okay, so macOS launch, right? More reliable, survives the sleep. Okay. Because there's a lot of ways to do a cron. I'm kind of curious, like the ways to
Windows or Mac? It's a Windows, not Mac, right?
Mac,
Is it
yeah.
run it on the Mac or is it run it on the server?
This one's would probably run on the Mac as a script.
So Mac has its own launch. I think it's
Yeah.
launch daemon that you can run. Like
Right.
Windows has the task. I think it's a task manager or something like this.
Right.
You can set it that same way as the cron job.
Got it. So that's probably what this is right here. The launch control.
That's it, yeah.
Oh.
Yeah,
I like learning from
nice
this.
chorus.
Yeah.
I did the same thing when I first read about it.
Right, yeah.
Yeah, so it's basically the Mac version, so you can just run it locally on your machine and have it whenever it turns on or off, it'll run it whenever it's triggered at that particular time.
Right. So the only consideration with this, though, is that you need your computer be on, right? And then also, if your computer turns off, does the daemon survive?
I was going to say, at least if you're running, well, that just triggers that application, that
Right.
process, that task. Right?
At that time.
So if your system is off and you turn it on, you can set it so that it's at this time or anytime afterwards, as long as it hasn't run. So you can
Right.
set those kind of parameters in there. So if you turn it on, turn it off, and let's say you missed it. Let's say it was at 12, you turn it on at 12:01. You can set it a certain way where it'll look back. So if it hasn't
Kind of like a
run,
backfill type thing.
Yeah, they'll just check so you can run it. But generally, if it's have it on, it'll run at that time that you set it, right? And yeah.
Yeah. And then, you know, of course, cron jobs go deeper, right? So do you mind if I control? So, like, for example, if you go to, like, just cron job, just generally, sometimes it's helpful to just kind of see what it looks like, you know. I'll just go to images here. You know, because generally it's like 5 asterisks. Yeah, so basically, I think it's like this. Sorry if I take a little bit. Seems Wi-Fi might be slow. Yeah, so see how there's like I guess there's 6. See how there's like 6 asterisks? One's for seconds, one's for minutes, hours, days, month, week, day. And there's ways that you execute. So basically it's like, if you want it to execute, let's say every 10 seconds, you do like 10 over asterisk or something, right? If you wanted to be like, you know, every day, it's like, I think asterisk over 1. Something like that, right?
yeah.
I forget exact the syntax because I use a lot. Yeah, but it's cool to like understand like the high level. You don't have to know it so deeply because that's it's helpful, right? You know, I used to have to like know that very, very deeply. But yeah, it's good to just kind of be able to see and visualize it because that's what it's doing under the hood. It's using this type of system that's like a standard.
Okay.
Yeah. In fact, I'm gonna probably show this, but that's a great automation. Is there anything more?
But you see, I have a problem there.
Yeah.
Because one of the first things that it does is
Right.
to log in into my stuff.
Right.
So then it uses my credential. I have to type in the credential.
Right, yeah.
Every time I run it.
Right.
So with this cron job, how do I save my
No,
password?
that's
so
a
it
great
reads my
question.
password?
So that's the issue of authentication, right? And if the session token is not at a very long duration, you might just have to do that, although there's probably ways around it, right? Like, you know, are you using a password? Are you using OAuth?
At the moment, password.
If it's a password, I mean, although I might not recommend it, well, technically speaking, you could have it write a script, right? So that way, hey, Katie, how are you? Welcome, welcome. So you could have it, so technically speaking, right, you could, so this is where you get like a little bit of a dark magic, a little bit type of thing. So, because you don't want it to know your password, right? You don't want it to execute the password. But what you could do is you have a Playwright script, use a script that like loads your password, or has your password. So it never touches your password. It just uses the script that uses your password and injects it into like the Chrome of your session. Right? That's one way to do it.
Oh, like the dot and.
Yeah, kind of like that. Kind of like exactly. So kind of like that, but in a way that it just can't see it. Right? So maybe you do put it in there. In fact, I might recommend that. Put it in .env.local, right? So it literally can't touch it. You create a hook such that, what's a hook? I might even cover that too. A hook is like, a way that whenever it tries to do something, let's say with a .env.local file, it just like doesn't happen, right? It's like, oh, I cannot do that. That's called a pre-hook. So before Claude does anything with a file, it looks through its hooks that it has, and if it's a pre-hook, it'll say, oh, that's a .env.local file. My pre-hook says I can't do that, so I cannot open this, right? Then I'll try to find other ways around it, right? So in this context, there's a few ways you can go about this. One, see if you can increase the session duration of your, of your login. Two, maybe you're just always logged in, so then just don't log out, right? Or three, create a script that loads your password, have the AI use that as part of a skill or as part of that automation to inject the password, right? Because if you use Playwright, you get to the login screen and it injects the password. Technically speaking, if it's Playwright just executes the script, right? Then your password's been injected, and now you're logged in, right? As long as it's not like a CAPTCHA, but in this case, it's university stuff. So
I was going to say, but is it a password you have to load all the time, or is it? Can you get a token?
That's what I'm. Yeah.
That's what I'm wondering, because it depends on what the architecture is. We can definitely give you a list of how you can do it.
Yeah.
But until you have your architecture set up, meaning how often is it going to run? Does it check? Is it once every week, once a day, once every half hour? So you may not have to do every single time reload a password.
Right.
If it's an API token, it might be good. You load it once and it just reuses the token until you change it, right? So you can have that set as an environment variable. That way, even if you're running you can use CodeSpace to run it on GitHub, and it uses secrets to be able to, without having to
GitHub
upload
secrets
the password. Right? So you use secrets and it just calls that particular.
I'm going to cover cron job real quick. I think that's pretty cool. So, oh yeah, how can I help? Do you mind if I keep this on or want to turn it off? Okay, cool. Just so they can learn while we're talking. How can I help?
I'm trying to create an education,
Yeah.
and it's asking me to do some things.
Okay, so can you say that again?
I'm building an agent,
Yeah.
and I don't understand what's asking me.
Okay, so let's see. Good news. Vercel CLI is already installed and linked to the project. DeepStation. Love the name. And it looks like you're already authenticated. This means that most likely this doesn't require digging through the dashboard. Okay.
I think you dropped this.
What was that?
I think you dropped this.
Oh, thank you.
You're welcome.
Oh, appreciate it. Thank you so much. Seems like it's tasty. Nice. Okay, so. Right, so what it's saying is, you have a production Vercel, right? And you already have a secret on it. So what it's going to do is it's going to literally pull the secret from your Vercel into your terminal. So if you run this, theoretically, it should pull this. So what you would do is you'd open your terminal, you'd paste it. I don't know if it'll work though,
Okay.
but it might. Okay, cool, it worked. So it created a local file called .env.production.local.
Okay.
If we open it, which I don't know if we can. Yeah, so you could open it like this, nano.env.production. I don't recommend this, but okay, cool. So now we have all your secrets,
Okay.
right? Cool. There it is, all from Vercel.
Okay.
So what you would do in this case is you would open it through VS Code, right, or Cursor, and then you'd be able to see that .env.production.local file, right, and be able to use it anywhere.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Not really.
Yeah. So the idea is you have a Vercel server. Let me see. So let's see. So where is your Vercel? You use Firefox? I'm going to open it. Okay, cool. So if we go to Vercel, you're logged into this one, right? You mind if I close this or I'm gonna click OK?
Go ahead.
Should I click OK or cancel?
Doesn't matter.
Okay. So I'm gonna click OK. Okay. So we have client clock. Love the name. And if we go to, so this is a project, right? And this already has environment variables, like your database, right? So what it's saying really is, instead of it like trying to find it on your server, because it might be confused, it might not realize you probably have this saved on your local system.
I don't actually.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Well, then perfect. Then, so what you're doing then is you're using the Vercel CLI.
Okay.
So the Vercel CLI, what that does is it gives you particular powers, right? So one of those powers for Vercel is to be able to pull things from it. So Vercel, okay, so Vercel, basically what this does is it gives you like, you know, like a command, env, environment variable, right? Pull, okay, so it's gonna pull it from the repo you're connected to right now. Dash dash, it's a flag, which is like a variable name, which is environment, which is equal to production. Okay, so it's getting the production server on the Vercel page. So in Vercel, they might have a staging and a production. In this case, it's production. And then it's collecting this file, right? And it's pulling that file and then saving it locally. So it's literally pulling the file and those variables and then pasting it in your local. And then boom, and now you're all good to go. And so now what it's saying is like, okay, I'm gonna pull this for you so you can pull it locally, so now you have it. And then it's gonna run a migration against Neon. So this writes prod env to your local variable, right? Value never has to pass through chat, it runs for you, right? Okay, so now what it's doing here is it's going to take the database URL from that production file. I swear, sometimes these things are too smart. It's just like, you know, it's just like, it's so smart. So it's pulling the environment variable from production.local. It's pulling this database URL from it as a script. Grep means read. So it's reading the file, right? And then reading the database URL from this file, right? That it just pulled down from Vercel. Then it's gonna cut it, right? And then get only the value, right? Somehow, with magic, basically, okay? And then it's gonna migrate, because now it has the database, so then it's gonna migrate with that thing, that database, it's gonna migrate what it has on your local file to it. So, yes. So, and then it's going to add a few tables that you recently wanted to use, which is timesheet agent schedules and timesheet agent run statuses.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So these things are very smart, you know, and they just figure shit out, you know. Yeah. And then in this case, right, if you wanted to, you know, add more, let's say Microsoft, right, Microsoft login, which is what it's asking about here, you would just go to. Were you wanting to do this part, or was it just doing this of its own volition? Okay, so.
To make an agent.
Okay.
This is what it did.
Okay, nice. So it's making an agent, right? Now, if you want to log in with Microsoft, you would do this. You don't have to. This is only if you want live Outlook plus AI matching in the demo.
What does that mean?
Can we connect with MCP server instead? Although it's for automation. I don't really want it to use API though, because we haven't really covered it very much.
Okay.
Are you on what plan are you on? $100 plan, $20 plan, free? Okay.
I think it's a paid plan. Pro?
Oh, it's pro? It doesn't actually upgrade, I just want to see it. Okay, got it. Cool. Then some try and remove. But yeah, so what I'm asking for it to do is use MCP server instead of API. I'm giving it like mixed directions, but yeah. So it's gonna let me know what it says here, right? If it ends up doing something through like MCP server instead, that way what it'll do is it'll do everything through your computer instead, which is the only issue. Because what you're looking for is, do you have an API key for OpenAI?
I think so.
Okay, then you know what? Yeah. Are you okay with logging in with Microsoft, or would you prefer to do that with Outlook in this case?
I think it's okay, but it's my employer's Outlook, so
Okay.
I don't know if that's a problem.
For demo purposes, would it be okay if it's Google, or do you prefer Microsoft?
Microsoft's fine. I'm
Okay.
building this product for work. So.
Oh, okay, perfect. Okay. Okay, actually. Let me see something. There might be computer use. Let me see something. So you might get here something called, no, not extensions, but actually, yes. Mind if I install this? Okay. Cool. We're installing. Oh, but you use Firefox, right?
It's Chrome.
You use Chrome? Okay. So what this is going to do? Oh. Oh, I see.
I might not have it installed on this machine.
That might be the case. Odd. Would you mind if I install it? Okay. Although they need to log in, all this stuff.
Okay.
Okay, cool. Amazing. So open the new file, name this, and that window directory, you find Chrome. Okay, drag Chrome to the applications folder. Amazing. So go ahead and follow those instructions. So when it opens, you just double click it, so the thing, right? And then we're going to use Azure to basically connect. Yeah? It worked?
Just a quick
Yeah.
because when I got
Yeah.
Victor with me,
Yeah.
he proposed all the scripts.
Yeah. Oh, nice.
Running that,
That's cool.
and that's my little secret. Do you know Mermaid?
Yeah. Oh, I love Mermaid. Mermaid Live is
So
amazing.
it just gives you all the steps,
Yeah.
and on top of that, it creates the organizer of the decision tree.
Oh, see, exactly, right? And then, so this is, now the skill is just like amazing. It goes step by step and everything, right? You know, it's super cool, right? Yeah, that's cool. Dude, amazing, nice, high five. Look at that. I love to see like the automations and the workflows all come to life, you know?
Yeah,
That's
now
cool.
I'm trying to do it in GitHub Actions.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I mean, like, these things are so smart, right? It's kind of like,
I'm developer, so I
right. Yeah, no, by the way, I use Mermaid Live all the time. It's great for SOWs, architecture diagrams. It like is a lifesaver. In fact, I might even talk about that. It's great for SOWs, architecture diagrams. It's like a lifesaver. In fact, I might even talk about that. Okay. So there were a few interesting comments from the community, and I thought it might be actually very useful for a lot of folks to know about. Yeah. So I think it's something that's really interesting for a lot of folks to know about is, one, okay, how do you get these scripts to kind of like do things automatically at certain times, right? Like, let's say you want something to execute once a day, once every week, once a month, maybe once an hour, right? How do you do that? So that's a really great topic of discussion because, you might have something on your computer, you want to run it every day or every hour. I mean, so what we call that in computer science is a cron job, right? So a cron job just means, you can do something every hour, every couple seconds, you name it based on the script. Now in OpenClaw and other systems like this, they call it the heartbeat, right? They love to call it heartbeat, which I think is another accurate way of thinking about it, right? It brings your LLM to life or your model to life every X amount of time. So what is a cron job, right? A cron job, I'm just gonna give you like an image first, and then we'll just talk about it. So a cron job, this is like it in a probably, I like to show things first on like an actual technical level, right? Before we go, I'll give you an example after. But technically speaking, right, a cron job, and this is like what it's all based off of, like when you ever do something by any time, there's like 6 asterisks, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, right? This is like the standard of like how everything's built on top of. And then as you can see, each asterisk depends on a particular time frame, right? So the first asterisk is seconds. The second asterisk is every minute, hour, day, month, and then like weekday, right? Maybe like every Monday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, right? So the way you use this is that, and the LLM can figure this out for you, right? But like if you did like, it's been a while since I've like gone deep on like actual like learning of cron jobs, but like let's say you did like 5 over asterisk or like 1 over asterisk, then it'll do like basically like I think once a minute or something like this, or like once every or the first minute of every like minute or an hour or something like this. And so you can manipulate these asterisks to have like 1 over asterisk or like 5 over asterisk or some X amount of thing, and then you basically get you to post or execute that script that every minute, every hour, or whatever. And so you just basically manipulate this one. So if you want to do like every hour, it might be like 1 over asterisk or something like that on the 3rd asterisk, right? So don't mind this too much. I just want to give you like what it looks like under the hood, right? Of more of the standard. And then what you do is you just ask your, let's say Claude or ChatGPT in this case, hey, could we set it up to where you look at my Notion task? Now I don't really recommend this part. I'm just giving you an example. At my Notion tasks every hour, every 1 hour using cron job. I'm using a Mac OS. How would you do this, right? So every computer has a different internal system, right? So for Mac, they have their own system. For Windows, there's another system, and they have their own internal cron job. So you can just ask your AI to help you set this up, and just use the word cron job, right? Or you can use heartbeat, whatever. Yes, and so I'd use a Codex recurring task instead of a Mac OS cron. It avoids a Notion API token and shell script and can post the result back here. I'm checking the available automation controls. So with ChatGPT and Claude, there are other ways you can do this. They call this through scheduling, or in this case, a recurring task, right? So you could do it either through Claude or Codex, or you could use it through your own local machine. So it can go ahead and do that internally, but I could say, actually, can you just use the macOS version, right? Cool. So it's going to create a script that does it every hour, right? So it's going to set this up as read-only, hourly check, review the task board, highlight high priority, overdue, due session, right? Cool. So now we open it up. Runs an existing chat, right? Frequency, custom. So you can actually set all this inside of your Codex or your Claude Code if you want to do it through their system. But if we want to do it from their own system inside of Codex, for example, you go to scheduled task and you change all the features. There's like little knobs. Otherwise, you create a script like this, through, in this case, macOS user service. It's going to create a script, right? It's running these different commands. And then voila, you'll have a cron job. Perfect. So I just want to give you a little bit of context for that. And then also, if you want to use so there's another system that I actually didn't cover, which I think is actually pretty cool. It's called Playwright. So Playwright allows you to essentially connect to your browser, and it can operate your browser as if it was you. So Playwright also has an MCP server. So Playwright is essentially is primarily for web automation and like testing your automation and testing your web browser. But you could also have AI drive your browser using either Claude and Chrome, or if you want to create your own script, you could use Playwright. So they have like an MCP server that you can play with and everything. So you can just go to Playwright MCP server. This is helpful whenever you want to create a script that does something. Let's say you want to create an automation that does something every so amount of time, right? You would use the Playwright MCP server. Anyways, I just wanted to show you a little bit about cron jobs, how to work with them, and like basically what those do. And as you can see, it's going to run those commands, and now you have scripts that are executable every amount of time, amazing. So cool. All right, get back to it. Let's get back to it. What was that? Yeah, the site was Playwright. Playwright. Yeah. And also, you could also just ask your AI to build Playwright scripts if you want to go through a workflow that controls your browser for automations. In fact, you'll be seeing a demo today using just this. This is I got the inspiration to kind of share this with you. So stay tuned. You'll.
Outside this,
Yeah.
normally you can ask any LLM, I don't know, list, send me the last job posting that I did the last 24 hours.
Oh yeah.
Bring me those things. So when they do by themselves, the LLMs,
Yeah.
how they schedule the
Yeah, so you can do it many ways. So Claude, for example, I forget what it's called. I think it's Dispatch. It might be Dispatch. And then like in Codex, they call it recurring tasks, right? But then but you can do it straight from your script as well to control your CLI or whatever you want to do through a cron job. There's a myriad of ways. But the ways that they generally do it, they call it, for example, Claude in Chrome. I use this almost every day because have we talked about Claude in Chrome at all? Okay, cool. So just a little bit, right? So yeah, you can download the extension, right? You download it, and then you can just talk to Claude to take control of your browser. Go to my Google console and create a new, login authentication for app called, I don't know, Linktree Profiles. Now, I don't necessarily know if this is currently connected to my interface, but we'll just see what happens. Oh, the usage limit, amazing. Let me switch that again, right? Try again.
How much do you trust like a Claude Chrome extension for sensitive work? Does it like click around on it for you that?
There are, I would say it depends what you're working with, right? I mean, obviously, if you're working with like government data and stuff like that, might not recommend it. If you're doing just like regular stuff, I trust it a lot. I mean, especially with the higher intelligence. But if you want to go about it in a purely safe way, just create a new profile, right? And create that profile for the agent, just like you would for an employee, right? But I trust it a lot. I use it for a lot of things. Because it's controlling it through an extension. It's like as long as you're telling it what to do, and like you're like, hey, don't have like your giant email list or something, and then have it look at that. Like that might be a bit much. But like if you're just having it do stuff through non-sensitive information or slightly like not too sensitive information, then you're roughly good to go.
I was asking more like not like sensitive, confidential, but something like if you screwed up, say 100 files and 50 of them want deleted. Something you were wrong, screwed up, will actually click it correctly.
Yeah, it clicks very correctly, right? In fact, like it thinks before it clicks, and then like usually whenever like there's a delete button, there's like a modal that says, are you sure you want to click? It does that very, very efficiently. It does it very well. Like it clicks very well, and it's getting better, like especially with computer use. Computer use is actually just like ridiculous. So, for example, right? So as you can see, right, as you can see, my AI is actually connecting, and see how I'm having it managed. It literally is already doing the authentication already for me. So I said, set up authentication for me, right, using Google Console, right? This is very helpful because maybe you don't know how to set up authentication, right, or things like this. Ask your AI; it'll just control your browser and do it for you, right? And that's what you. So, for example, has anyone used AWS or Google MCP or Google GCP, and it's just like, oh, how do I even navigate this thing? Well, what's really cool is that the AI is trained on this so much that you could just have it navigate AWS for you or GCP for you and have it configure the things, and then it loops you in when it needs you. So in fact, we're the puppet. It's the puppet, and we're the we're helping it succeed in this case. No, so this one is actually Google Claude and Chrome, right? But Playwright allows you to do kind of this, but automatically, right? So you have a script, and you want to do this thing like every single time. It'll find what the button names are, it'll find what these things are, it'll find what the links are, right? It'll create that flow. You just press a button, and it just does the execution. That's where Playwright comes in.
So the difference is that this is burning tokens as it goes.
Oh yeah. This is burning my tokens for sure. Yeah. And if this was Fable, game over. Like, yeah, because like the thing about, but with Opus 5, I mean, I hate saying it, but I have a lot of subscriptions. I have too many subscriptions because whenever I run out of Fable, like I need more Fable. So no, but I'm somewhat responsible with that. Yeah. So in any event, this is Claude and Chrome. Codex has the same thing, and then Codex. What's cool is that Codex has a really nice computer use. Can you control my computer to go to Chrome, GCP, Google Console, right? And create new app auth for, I don't know, LinkedIn profiles app there, right? I don't know. Right. Authentication stuff? Right. Right, no, exactly. So sometimes, like with Playwright, you might run into those issues. There's ways around it, right? But that's more the app layer, right? And I've done this. So I built apps that I had to look at thousands of websites at a time, right? And then use like Chrome views so that I can price things correctly, right? And I had to go through thousands, and it cost me like $700 just to run the app, right? But it was for a client, and it worked. So in this case, what you do is there's systems where humans are at the standby, ready to solve CAPTCHAs. So you in this case, I use myself, right? So I just had the AI like message me like, hey, I need you. So it looped me in to solve the CAPTCHA, and then it starts automatically doing stuff again. So you can have an AI like email you, solve it, right, do it. Or you can use a product. In fact, I think AWS, Amazon even has this. It's just very low key. Like it's only like if you know type of thing. I forget what it's called. I'll share it later. But they have humans at the standby, ready to solve CAPTCHAs for you, right? So what it does is like when it runs into a CAPTCHA, the AI can like message or use that system. It'll solve the CAPTCHA, and then it'll keep going. So there's ways you can get around that kind of stuff. Yeah. What time to be alive? Yeah. Probably, yes.
Playwright is headless, right? You're not seeing what's going on in the browser.
It can be headless. It can also not be headless.
Okay, so you can actually see the
Yeah. Yeah. So like I usually use the headless, but sometimes if you need to solve a CAPTCHA, you need the head.
Okay.
Yeah. So like for example, when I did it with like the thousands of websites, I needed head because I needed to not be headless because I needed to be able to visualize it, click the CAPTCHA, go through it, right? And yeah. So it depends on your use case.
But you're also not. I mean, there's no section for that particular instance. Right? I mean, you're not logged on.
Well, precisely. However, there are ways to inject a session, right? So technically, what is a session? It's a token, right? So if you can find your token that's on your computer somewhere, technically you can inject it into a script, right? Especially if it's a local file. So technically it's possible, right? The question is, how do we do that? It's very complicated, it's hard. Well, you know who is easy for? Claude and Codex. They got this, I believe in them.
Yeah, I started using the Chrome extension a lot.
Yeah,
Because at the end of the process, because I'm building a gym equipment catalog, right?
very cool, nice.
The end of the process was a gate saying, okay, now go to the browser, go to the site, and check to see if everything going right.
Right,
Then I said, well, you go check.
right, yeah, yeah,
So then it kind of added that step where
right,
you go through the page, you
Yes.
navigate to the carousel, you
Right.
look for the data, and then say, hey, I checked it, it passes on my end.
okay, amazing, nice. Well, I can't wait to see that. In fact, we'll be doing demos next, so how about this? Let's take a bit of a break, and then we'll come back to demos and Capstone. How is that?
I don't think I can show that live.
Right. Oh, okay. You're right. Yes. Yeah. No. Yeah. It's anything that folks are comfortable sharing, workflows, automations, right? Feel free to share at the front. We have a few folks that are pretty much ready. Amazing. Cool. Amazing. So cool. We'll get to it. If anyone has any questions about any help they need, we're here.
Yeah, I think it's like more of a conceptual sort of existential question in a way, because like the stuff that I'm doing is like it's very heavy on the editorial side,
Right.
because it needs to write text and look up a machine and
Right.
history and all that stuff. So
Context.
a lot of the
Context.
prompting is just like a conversation to get to a point where I say, yeah, this looks valid.
Right.
Let's build it, right? And then it kind of takes off.
Right.
But in the beginning, it's sort of, because I've been debating whether or not to build a backend for it.
Right.
I would upload images and say, you know, here's some information, kind of digest this and propose an entry, right? But it's less of a conversation if you do that in a way. So I'm kind of stuck on prompting to get to an editorial place that I say, yeah, this sounds reasonable.
So is like the difference you're saying, like part of it, like you're debating between the automation versus the conversation?
Right.
Yeah, and that is it is an interesting challenge, right? Because sometimes like, okay, when do I feel comfortable with releasing the content? And like, when is it professional enough? And also, do I trust it enough, right? So, you know, I had a task where, you know, as for one of these companies, as a AI content engineer consultant, right? So our job was to, you know, provide 3 blog posts, 3 social posts a week, you know, just purely based off of AI content, right? And I think the first way you do it is you basically kind of do what you're doing right now. You have a conversation, you kind of figure that out, you know, you get something that you actually like, right? And then you feel comfortable with it. But then you start trying to figure out, okay, what did I do to make this something that I liked, right? Okay, I went to this thing, I went to that thing, I got that data, I got this data, right? Oh, and I wanted to do this thing first, and then this thing second, and then this thing third. And then slowly you just kind of build like that prompt around that flow, right? And, you know, at some point you can kind of try to one-shot it. And what you could do is you could have, you know, that's like step 2 is like so step 1 is you just try to do it manually. Step 2 is you try to figure out the steps to create a larger prompt, a better prompt engineering prompt and with context engineering as well, to get something that is workable and usable and repeatable specifically. And then, you know, and maybe it doesn't get to that final piece right away, but that makes that conversation much less that you have to do, right? Because then you're just more editing the end of it. But however, what you could do is you could have like an agent also that like is the editor, right? And like maybe it either coordinates with you or it has like examples of your previous work, so that then it tries to make it more and more perfect, and then gives you like a final thing that you just do one last edit over.
Yeah, I think by now, because the gym has like 60 plus machines on the floor. I'm up to like machine 48 now.
Right.
So I can kind of see the end of the catalog at this point. So
Yeah.
by now, there's a lot of rules in place to kind of steer the conversation.
Right.
So he knows not to kind of drift away and go look for, you know, he looks into like the US patent office, for example. You don't look through a Wayback Machine if the manufacturer doesn't exist anymore. You don't try different things that are kind of put in place so it doesn't like imagine information.
Right.
So I have a little bit of that already built.
Right, so you already have some of the context that already built from all the different machines and everything, so it doesn't drift.
Right.
Yeah, that's very huge. In fact, I think whenever it comes to content, the most important thing is having your sources, citation sources, ground truth, ground rules, right? So we call that, you know, what we call is like the source of truth, right? And usually what I do is like, here's the source of truth, and I have like asterisk, right? And then I have like all the sources in there. Or, you know, just have many variables, and then those variables in the prompt saying like, okay, maybe like triple quote, sub in here, end the quote, and then like another one, like this data, right, triple quote, and then put the data in there, right? And then it works only on that, right? Then you have something that doesn't drift. So, no, it's really cool, and I'm excited to check it out sometime.
Yeah, it's like the captioning, for example, is 100%
Right.
automatic at this point. You
Nice.
look at the machines,
Right,
and it kind of identifies what they are. And,
Right.
and I have rules, like I said again, to say, don't mention if something is rusty, for example, or
Right.
if something's torn or missing a bolt.
And
because
it-
you
it-
don't talk about that specifically.
yeah, when it comes to AI content, like, you have to go through that manually like you did, right? To see, okay, what are the rules? What are the, oh my gosh, it's doing this. Then you fix it, right? And then you slowly just keep chipping away at that prompt, right? Until you get that, you know, beautiful prompt, right? That just like works, right? And then maybe even like from there, an agent that then kind of like works with that prompt to make it to what you want, right? So in this case, prompt, right? But, you know, I think and then once you have that beautiful prompt, you have all those rules, you have to set those in there, right? Maybe we can go into a bit about, you know, some, maybe not in this course, but maybe in like the group chat, can share like what an effective prompt looks like. But generally what I do is I just kind of look up Claude prompts, right? So Claude, you know, prompt engineering, right? So they have docs. And actually, funny enough, what I usually do is I look up like GPT 5 point, you know, I think it was 5.4, you know, docs prompt engineering. They usually have like a good, they usually have like good docs, you know.
Structure for the prompts.
Right, exactly. You want the structure, you know, so identity, instructions, examples, user query, this is where you put like, you know, query in there. There's a particular guide that I really like. I can't find it right now, but they use XML tags, and they have like a pretty large prompt guidance. So I'll share that later once I can find it. But it's really nice. And then,
Yes, I could ask the agent itself, I could say, hey, what would be the best possible form of
yeah,
prompting this for you?
Right.
So far, we've done so far, type of thing, and see what comes up with.
absolutely.
And you can actually doing crazy stuff all the time as well. Like I have to say,
Right.
do pixel level analysis of the images, because otherwise,
Right.
like look for the file name, or you'll try to look through the metadata. You'll try different things, not to analyze the picture itself.
Yeah.
It's kind of conniving, I guess, in a way, if you don't put guardrails around it.
Oh, absolutely. It gets pretty wild, you know, if you don't have the guardrails. So what we have here, let me see. Actually, yeah, it's in global. Because I actually saved proper prompt engineering guidance inside of my AgentsMD file, right, and in my CloudMD file. And the reason why I do that is because the agent might not know it off the top of his head, or might have outdated information, or might hallucinate. So if you have, you know, the actual information, then it'll go ahead and get it. So I'm going to put it as in global version, right? So let me see if it has it on here. It might not, because this is, okay, perfect. So cool. Yeah, so for example, here's like some high quality one. So it's like you have your role and your goal, you have your instructions, then you have like, wait, can you see this? Wait.
And those are just templates of like efficient ways to communicate.
Yeah. So in this case, right, you have your role and your goal at the top. So you have a role, you set the goal, you have instructions, and then you have sub-instructions, and your reasoning. But anyways, we'll just have a quick break, and then we'll do demos right after. Okay? Cool. Oh, the prompt? Yeah. Let me share this. And inside of each of these XML tags, and you could use Markdown instead, what you do is you can add in more sub headers and stuff. So let me see if we can find it.
You can put that in an MD file so you guys have all
Can you say that again?
So what's the benefits of that being an MP5?
So the benefit really is, and like, sure, you can create a skill as well, but one of the benefits is that I don't have to bring it up or say, can you look up what a good prompt looks like? It just knows. So for example, what if I want to create an API route that creates an agent to do a task, right? And I want it to be an effective prompt, right? It'll just know what an effective prompt is. You know what I mean? So it'll just be like, oh, okay, it needs instructions, which are the primary instructions. It's like bullet point or ordered list. It needs sub-instruction guidelines. What are sub-instructions, right? Sub-instructions are like, okay, here are like the general rules, but then here's a rule for like machine 2, or here's a rule for machine 3, right? Which we call machine 3 guidelines. Or in this case, we might even say grammar guidelines, or we might say something like, right? So that you go like even deeper, more specific, right, in your instruction set. Yeah, it like it might know, and that's the thing. Sometimes I try not to give it to chance. Well, for prompt specifically, it's so important to me that I just realized it just does it in different ways. That it's like, hey, I just wanted to do it the way that like the docs say to do it in OpenAI, right? Because this is like that's like the modern, right? And sometimes it's like stuck in the past, it's these markdown, whatever. So I'm like, okay, just do this, you know?
Or maybe if you want to tailor like the output, because in my case, I already know what the output looks like. So you
Right.
can really kind of narrow focus and say, we're doing all of this to be able to get to the end state, which is this thing here that doesn't
Yeah.
change, very often.
I have an app that turns like content examples into very specific prompts. So then all I have to do is give it a source, and it just does does the content in the way I want it every single time. And this is called automated prompt engineering, right? So it's like you create a prompt to create a prompt, right? And then you you ask AI to do something, it turns that into a prompt for you, right? And then it uses that script forever. So, but I do want to be mindful of time because I know we have demos coming up. I want to make sure everyone has time for their demos. So let's take a minute, and then. But does anyone have any other questions? Actually, yeah. And then we'll get back to it. Yeah.
Like, what would I use this for?
So Playwright would be, I mean, I guess it's kind of hard without an example, but we'll have an example in a moment.
Okay, good.
Yeah, we have a demo coming up, so you'll see an example of it. And then basically it's just like if you want an automated workflow controlling your browser without like an MCP server. So for example, like instead of like asking Claude to do it or OpenAI to do it, and you just wanted something to do it every single time as a script, right? Kind of like as a skill, and it's like set in stone, that's when you want to use this. It's more like an automation as opposed to it being kind of like something you had to babysit. Yeah, because you know in Claude you have to say, do this, and you can watch it, and you're talking to it. In this case, it's an actual algorithm. It's like, it's step by step. So you can run like hundreds of them at the same time if you wanted to, you know? Yeah, so it's pretty powerful. And a lot of people use this also for testing purposes. So like if you want to test your app, make sure nothing's breaking, you can use Playwright too. Yeah. Hey, how are you doing?
Good.
Good.
I'm gonna have a quick break, but before
Yes.
everything's over, I'd love to talk to you about some of your consulting services.
Absolutely.
See kind of what's on the menu, and I'm trying to accomplish a couple of things.
Absolutely, we're happy to
Just
help.
plan to see it on about, there's vibe coded about 90% of an app. and
Yes.
I'm just trying to figure out how to get that last 10%.
Yeah.
In the app store and everything, but it's like, even like front end, like UI stuff, I just would like some finishing touches on it.
Absolutely,
Am I
we're happy to
making
help.
your brain, like, 'cause I basically have the options of kind of straight co-founder or like or just a service, and you
Yeah.
guys do just a service side of it?
Yeah, we do just the service side of it too.
Okay, cool. I'll pick
Yeah.
your brain on it later.
Absolutely, sounds good. So this is for mobile app?
Yeah.
Mobile app, okay.
Yeah, it's in that. It's in
Yeah,
test
React
right
Native,
now.
all that fun stuff. Yeah, there's a bunch of
Yeah.
different ways to do it. Yes.
All vibe coded with me.
Yeah, sounds good.
I thought that Fable was going to become off the subscription plan.
Right,
So I bought 3 subscriptions at once.
I was there too.
I didn't sleep for like 3 weeks, so I got a lot of it done.
Right, yeah. No, you know what's funny? It's like I felt like some people might feel a little burned from that, but at the same time we were very productive during that time. We were like, get it? I got 2
look at a different
subscriptions.
number, but
Yeah.
Fable will tell you if they think, like, if you use up all the tokens in the sub plan, it's
Right.
like a few $1,000s a week of tokens.
Right.
You know?
Oh, yeah.
It's free money, especially if you're going to do that work anyway.
We get $8,000 or so worth of tokens, I think.
You think so?
Yeah, I think so. Well, maybe not a week, but whenever the session runs out. So I guess every week, yeah.
It's about that.
Yeah.
I get different estimates, but yeah.
Yeah,
It's like, and if I use it. Even now, I use it all.
right. Oh, yeah, me too. I mean, I try to, right? Like, I have
If
a
I'm
lot of
not using it all, I
Right.
feel like I'm wasting money.
Yeah, me too. I have 4 subscriptions right now. 3 with
you? I
Claude,
got
1
3.
with Codex. You know, I got a lot of 200s, and I'm just like, you know. So,
Yeah.
but like, no, it's great. Like, if you try, you can definitely run out of Fable quickly, because you don't have to try too hard to get
Right,
Fable.
right.
It's so good.
Yeah.
Yeah. So happy to pick your brain after this. Absolutely.
Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, I use it as an orchestrator a lot. But
Yes.
You can still burn through it.
Yeah, I've been using. We have some like R&D going on, but we have like I try to use my Fable as like the orchestrator as well, like the manager, and then like it runs Opus 5s,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
And then I find that it doesn't burn tokens too much, as long as you have it, make sure it delegates.
Yeah.
Yeah, because like sometimes it tries to do everything itself, so you're like, hey, delegate.
Or sometimes it's kind of walking that
Yeah.
line, right? Sometimes it delegates
Right.
too much, and you're like, why did you not do that? That was important.
Right.
That one.
And that's
just typos on
right.
this. Are you sure that was
Right.
you?
Yeah, and that's
it
what-
needs to distill a lot of information before passing to it. That's the trick.
Right, yeah, and I think like the delegation aspect of it is super important. And you know what's funny? It's so interesting. It teaches me how to also lead too in some ways, because it's just like, oh, like if it needs to delegate, I do. You know, it's just like, you know, I learned a lot about like just what I need to be doing too, because it's like, oh, yeah, yeah, because it's like it's very effective. Like also like it's interesting because like when you do something that's good for the AI, oftentimes it's also good for the humans.
Absolutely.
I'm like,
This
whoa,
is like helping
yeah,
on my project management skills.
Right.
Like 10x it. Like
Right.
100x it. I mean,
good,
I'm like,
yes,
Yeah, I mean,
yeah, good,
huge, man.
good.
I mean, I'm like thinking about workflows and personnel involvement
Yeah.
and delegation.
Right.
Is like now it's so necessary in the AI world.
Right.
Now that I'm able to really transition in the human world, I've been
Right.
more comfortable.
Right. Yeah.
Because
Yeah.
it's uncomfortable in the AI world.
Right.
It's like, okay, no, we got
Yeah.
This
it's-
workflow is like
yeah. We need to optimize this workflow. We
Yeah.
need everything in one place for
So now
context.
I'm
And
like-
you're like, wait a minute, I need context.
I'm like, I'm a better human now.
Yeah. It blows my mind sometimes too. I'm like, wait a minute, like, because you're like, yeah, you're like, oh, I need a central place for the workspace because like you know context for the AI. We need like project management tool for the AI. Wait a minute, did I just create like a great system also for everyone involved too? Great, you know. Yeah. So it's really interesting how well it translates. You know, yeah, it blows my mind. I would love to,
So, I
you
mean,
know.
that's the
Go ahead.
trick because when
Yeah.
you have so many people saying I'm vibe coding doing this,
Is what?
but they are so many people showing, you
Yeah.
can vibe code this, you can vibe code that.
Right.
But they are not software engineers. They don't have a structured mindset.
Right. Yeah.
Right? So when you're following them, it's what you did that, and you try to replicate.
Right.
Everyone is on recipe.
Right.
Because we are stuck with this.
Right.
It's like this.
Yeah. I
We
don't,
have no control. It's like this, right? So it's forcing people in other crafts, in other areas, to structure the way. So I think it's helping because.
I think so. And it really goes back to what we were talking about earlier, right? It's that, you know, it all comes back to first principles, you know, like the discipline, problem solving, right? And if we start with that structure, you know, that's a big part of it too, that structure. And so, you know, I want to show you guys like just kind of like how we're doing it, you know, and that way, you know, helps maybe like make it a little bit faster and easier for you guys to you know do your own thing quickly, and you guys already are. And also, I'm learning a lot from you guys, which is awesome. Like I learned a few things already, like just talking, going around the room. I was like, oh, I didn't think of that. You know, that's cool. So, you know, like you know, from you and from Nia, like from you, you know, from everyone, you know. So, it's been really helpful. Yeah.
Another opportunity to have a part 2 of AI learning. Are you gonna
Yeah.
other classes?
Oh, do you mean like one above this one?
Next one, yeah.
Yeah. We're gonna keep doing them.
Okay.
Yeah. So now, like the question is like, you know, do we go back to a beginner one? Do we do like one more advanced than this one, right? You know, do we go in this direction? So we are planning one for like vibe marketing soon, right? So I think that one will be fun. I think a lot of people will like that. Content, like so content and marketing, right? I want to do one on that
Yeah.
because I think there's a lot of demand.
Alley.
Right, and it's also fun and useful, and everyone needs it for distribution, right? And then also maybe one where it's like advanced agents, right? Where we're talking about APIs, we're talking about orchestration of the agents, the manager agents, right? Just more deeper into that. So we're looking at a few different areas. And of course, like we have our original one, which is zero to launch. How do you build an app, including with authentication and everything? So authentication, API, right, database. You put all that together. This one, we covered everything except for authentication. Although I wish that we covered authentication, so next time we will. But yeah, so we'll have more and more.
The idea would be target oriented, but the other one would be more technology oriented.
Oh, for the different courses? Yeah, it's still in my mind, but like I think they'll all be technical-ish
Because in a sense,
or technical.
so in a sense, have you seen Dima, the guy who's Nima, the guy who's doing courses?
Ben? Yeah.
So he has developed a platform, whatever. So whatever the idea you come, you fix the thing in his platform. He created with vibe coding, and then he's good marketer, right?
Yeah.
So when he's assessing the state of your project, because everyone has his own project or something, just it assesses and it says, I have 4 or 5 steps to go to market, and then for me, it's put your thing.
Right. Yeah.
So I'm doing that.
Yeah.
And I noticed that, like in my case, it was a learning purpose.
Right. Yeah.
Because when I go to that one, I never thought about the monetization.
Right.
I never, for me, it was learning.
Yeah. We're gonna do more monetization side of
I
things
think in
soon.
that part,
Yeah.
it helps the people who are creating the things.
Right.
Don't do it for shit.
Right.
Make it marketable.
Maybe that'll be another one. Buy marketing and then like revenue generation. Right? Because we need to make money, so you need a bit of marketing and the sales funnel, and you need Stripe, right? So we could actually. I think that's a great one to go over independently.
But I can show you.
Okay.
We already have.
I'm gonna have one as well. Got the half veggies for the vegetarians.
Here, man, one's left.
Yeah. Yeah. Hey, I'm okay with that. I got some bread here. Oh, let me see if. Oh, can I get your help with the certificates at some point? I put them on the printer over there on the Roku. So what Gus said is that, yeah, sure. All right, everyone. So now we're going to go ahead and have some fun demos. I'm excited to see what everyone's been cooking and building over the past few weeks, and in some cases, a day or two, or even in some cases, 2 hours. I'm excited to see what everyone's been cooking. So, yes, so for the next hour and a half, we're going to go ahead and see what everyone's been building, get some show some automations, workflows, MCP connections, just things that folks have been interested in building, maybe things for their own business, their own employees, or for themselves. So I'm excited to see what everyone's been building and what they've learned with MCP servers, automations, Next.js, or anything in between. It can be light, it can be heavy, don't be shy. You know, it's just for fun and also to show and practice your skills, because we also believe that, you know, demoing is a very important process. We call this building in public, right? And what is building in public? Building in public allows you to essentially be sharing what you're already doing, whether that's a project you're building, an application you're building, content you're creating, and just share it with the world. Why? Because it's a great way to create easy content, right? I mean, if you're already doing it and you're showing what you're learning and building while in public, then you're also building an audience, you're building trust, right? And it also helps for distribution. So that's my pitch of saying why demo days are awesome. So amazing, amazing. So by show of hands, who's going to be demoing today? Amazing. Quite a few. Nice. Very great. We have around half the room, or if not more. So amazing. Thank you all so much. So Denver, shall we start with you?
Sure.
Amazing, amazing.
Do I need can I use this laptop?
Yeah, we can use that laptop. Absolutely. Yeah, we'll keep it simple for everyone. And by simple, I mean we'll run into a lot of HDMI issues, but you know, it'll be easier to do it this way. So I don't know which remote is which. So yes, feel free to have your laptop here, and we'll go ahead and plug in this. Can you help me plug this in?
Oh, yeah.
Sorry. No, thank you. And for the folks on the live stream, we'll bring the, I'll have the recording come up a little bit closer to you.
Do I need to do this part? Keyboard setup assistant?
Probably not. Well, I don't even know what that is. I don't even know why it would have you do that. So yeah, so go to this thing. Yeah, want me to control from here actually?
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, this took me a while to learn. Suddenly I'm like, oh wait, I can actually just change the resolution. So it turns out if you click this button, you can change the resolution of the screen. There's AI and then there's AV, I like to always say. It's funnier when I pause for a second. There's AI and then there's AV, you know?
Oh, perfect.
Is it working?
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Looks
Cool.
good.
Cool. Let me bring up the recording a little bit closer so the folks online can watch. Amazing, amazing. Oh, I have to turn that off. Okay. Demo time. Oh. Yes. Oh, yes. Let me give you the microphone as well. Okay, so just for run of show, each demo will be anywhere between 1 to 5 minutes. Just give a quick introduction of yourself, and then kind of share a quick overview of what you're going to build, and just get through it. Yeah, and just share the workflow and the actual usage of it.
Cool. Okay. Hey, everyone. So my name is Denver Tracy, and I work for a creative agency in DC, and one of the clients that we have is called Move.Health. They're a health and wellness company. And so this is a real world application. And I posted the 2 links in the WhatsApp chat. And I'm a front end designer, so I'm not an engineer and I'm not a developer. So this class was like very eye-opening to me. But I used each of the week's lessons to create something that's actually useful. And actually the company, Move.Health, is using it today. So a little background of the company. The company is a health and wellness company. We have a bunch of different services: improve skin, balance hormones, live longer, et cetera, et cetera. And so as their creative director and UI UX designer, show of hands, who here has seen a screen like this where you have multiple files, multiple windows open, and things scattered in Dropbox, in Box, in one folder, and a next folder, and a next folder? That's right. So as the creative director, one thing I noticed is that our company, it has things all over the place. We use Figma, you use Canva, we use Adobe Creative Suite, and everything's not centralized. That's one thing that the biggest takeaway in the first course is that to create a central hub for like all of our workspace using AI. And Grant mentioned once that, hey, use both AIs, both use Claude or ChatGPT, use them all together. And I thought, hey, that's a great idea. So how can I take that logic? So using that idea and understanding the problem that the company has today, I wanted to create this Move universe, is what I've called it. And it's basically, before we have these approved photography, web, social, print, all things in our AI prompts. We have individuals on our team that are using different prompts, but they're using it for the same purpose. So everything's like separate and splintered and broken apart. So the idea is to create one internal source of truth for all deliverables, one source of truth for all AI prompts for each deliverable, and also we use copy a lot, obviously, most of you all do, and to create one source of truth that sounds like Micah Berkeley. No, not Micah Berkeley. But this sounds like our physicians, right? And if those of you who are here, Micah Berkeley was our last speaker, and he was spitting bars throughout the entire class. He was awesome. So that is what I've done. I've created what I call the Move universe, which is basically here. It's a dashboard system that begins with a set of instructions of how to use all of the different deliverables or tools found in this universe. And I'm going to just basically walk you through this today. And you guys, I dropped this in the WhatsApp group. Feel free to open it up and browse around. So within this universe, it's basically a collection of all our deliverables and assets. I have a toolkit. And inside this toolkit has our package logo, our package PowerPoint presentation, our package font. But it also has our Move design system. It's a markdown file. If you were to click on each one of these deliverables, and you're going to see a common thread that each one of these has options. It has an option to download it, or it has an option to copy the AI handoff code and to drop it actually into a learning LLM with instructions of what to do with it, where to go find it, and how to apply it. Or you could just download it yourself. And once you download, you click it, open it up, it opens, and I should have kept that file open, and it has the handoff of what to do, how to do it. Here's our fonts, here's what it looks like, here's our H1, N1, H3, body copy, etc. This is all the information that an LLM would need to use this as their guide. Basically, use this as your source of truth for Move visuals. It defines the approved colors, the typography, the spacing, the buttons, the treatments, page components, etc. So I have built, basically, like I mentioned, a center hub for all of our markdown files so that any person on the team can simply go in, use it, apply it, and build out said component or deliverable based on our markdown file. So go beyond that, we also have photography everywhere. So I've uploaded all the photography using the skills that I learned from class number 2. So I created an agent and a skill to pull all the photography, to build out this behind the scenes capability. They can download the high-res image, or they can copy and hop that link to maybe someone else on the team. And this is in our different service pillars, or we call them service categories. So it's nice and filtered. Moving on, each one of these three, now the toolkit, the photography, and the brand voice, those are all live and ready to be used. The web, social, and print, those are in beta right now. Basically, what this looks like now, we have landing pages, we have social assets, and we have print-ready flyers. Well, what I want to do, and what I'm doing now, is I'm creating a module for each one of these. It's a Claude prompt where you could copy the code. The code looks like this. And it's pretty much the entire code of what an AI or LLM would need to build out said module. This right here, this hero. Or you could simply, copy the code or copy the prompt. So I'm doing this for all of our landing pages so that it's baked in, ready to go. Just upload the new photo and your template is ready. Same thing for social. Each one of these it's going to be editable and openable in either Figma or Canva as a workable asset. You can download it now, but it's a PDF. Or you could copy the code and drop it into any LLM, and the AI will know, okay, give me the photo, and I know the spacing, I know the character count, I know where the logo needs to be. So it's just a baked-in template and ready to go. So these are the things that I'm building out. That's not really ready and to be deliverable for the team, but it will be. And this is the last final thing. This is one thing I'm most proud of. I lean in on our last class with Micah Berkeley. I built a live, and it's workable, a brand voice for the Move team. So basically what I've created, I took 13 physician videos. I took the transcripts of all the videos. I built an API, and the API did a speech analyst, analyzed all of the speech into 31 minutes of analyzed speech of 6 physicians, and it built out this voice identity. So we have the DNA, we have our 5 beliefs, a explanation pattern, our tone, our sentence craft, our lexicons, again, our claims, our content type, anti-patterns, things that we don't say, these examples, pre-flight, and a hand-off prompt that we can, if you want to share this to Claude or ChatGPT or any other AI platform, then it's ready to go. And it is actionable. So you type in your copy, like whatever you want. It's like, tell me about peptides in a great way. And we could change this copy type to email, landing page, social, AI, flyer. We can change the tone to polished, warm, simpler. I hit send, and then it spits out over here. Let's explore how peptides work in your body. And so I'm going to read a little bit real quick because I don't have this to memory. But essentially, this brand voice, the API key stays hidden on server side, so it's not exposed to the browser. When someone pastes the tool, the site sends the copy to Netlify. The function adds our Move brand voice, runs it through the OpenAI API, and returns written code. The best part is the voice rules live in a one editable file so that I can update it. And so yeah, I plan on adding more doctors to this because we have more doctors in our, in our company. But oh yeah, and then of course at the very end, if you have a problem, it emails me your problem. So everything I learned in this class allowed me to build this product. And yeah, I just want to say thank you for Grant and Gabe and all the others for the opportunity to learn more. So that's it.
Amazing, amazing. Does anyone have any questions for Deborah?
Yeah, any questions?
Q&A? Can I grab this actually?
Yes, sir.
Actually, one question.
So which one, what did I use? Oh, I used Claude. But it's no, ChatGPT, because it's OpenAI. It's OpenAI. Yeah. Yeah.
Very cool. Amazing. All right, cool. Well,
okay.
One more round of applause. Great job. It's really cool to see just how much you were able to build in such a small amount of time.
Yeah.
Wow. Congratulations, Steve. I'm happy to see real world usage after one course. It really does make us feel really good about what we're doing and why we keep doing it. So thank you. Really, really appreciate that. Who next? Who else would like to present? Robert. Sure, let's go make this happen. Give a round of applause to Robert. Then we have 20 by 10. That should do it. But it might make your screen weird, but still
This is a little there.
yeah, I think that works. Does that work for you? Okay. Close. Yes, there you go. Blinking. Give me a second. Okay, I was worried about that. So this one actually died. But good thing we have two. Let me just switch over to my main phone. I do wish this thing had.
So we broke down this is when they were.
Right. Yes, exactly. I'm glad that we found it before you started talking. Okay, so then, they already connect to it. StreamYard. I did not. Okay. GGT AI CANFF. Hello Studio. Got it. Okay. Testing 1, 2, 3. It's very loud. Testing 1, 2, 3. Okay, perfect. That's working. Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3. Okay, audio check. As I like to say, there's AI and then there's AV. Okay. Maybe no more echo. Oh, that's through the second phone. Okay, there we go. Yeah, no, every time. All right, cool. So now we have two microphones, which is nice. I'll give you this one. Okay, perfect.
Get it?
Yes. Amazing. So,
Perfect.
let's give a round of applause for Robert.
Thank you. Thanks. Perfect. Sure. Hi, everybody. Robert Laredo. I am, trying to remember where I'm at. I am the founder and CEO of Entangle Solutions Group. I'm struggling because I only started a few months ago, less than a year ago now. Prior to that, I worked for 21 years at IBM, the last 8-9 years in IBM Quantum. And recently in July, I actually came on board with Florida Atlantic University as their executive director of quantum technologies. But I'm here because I love learning new things, especially things that make my life easier. So what I figured I would do is a little bit, based on, of course, everything that we've talked about and learned, but more specifically, sort of those little things that at least I noticed in chats that Grant and I had after each session here on some things that were little gotchas that we kind of didn't see, but we should at least realize that's happening. We might just not have noticed it. One of the first things I noticed was early on, if you remember, I think it was the first or second week we were here, Grant was going over some CRM things and some components, building this web page. It took a while, if you remember, he was for building. But in a corner, we started seeing how many tokens it used, right? So I'm looking at it going 24, 50, 75, 100, 200, and then boom, 5,400 tokens right away, right? And I thought, that's a huge jump. So what did it do, right? So we started looking into that and wondering what those was. So I figured I want to use this time at least to understand, or at least help you all understand some of the differences and how we can make sure to talk about not only being effective tooling or effective projects, but very efficient ones as well, right? Because as you know, it's not just one piece is saving tokens, but overall it's saving energy and everything across the board, right? And in fact, I was looking for the quote, but there's a quote actually from, I can't remember who it was one of the big AI folks that said that the words thank you and please spend about $100,000 a year, some incredible number, because by using those numbers on some of the terms. So, you know, how you prompt things, et cetera, are very important. And also some of the automation pieces. So I'm going to start a little bit here as far as like what I was working on, just something that I wanted to do. I figured I'd share with you on how to kind of put all of this stuff together. First off, it's just kind of showing you the regular things I do on once a week. Of course, I'm in quantum, so that's one of the things I got to keep up to date with. There's stuff that's being produced and done many times.
Every week there's some publication or something that comes out new. So arXiv is actually a place where they create these sort of a repository for open journals. You can see there's a whole list of different types of papers that get pre-published. And these are papers that are published before, they're called pre-publishing. So it means that if I'm gonna publish something on Nature or IEEE or some big publications, some of them release it open here just so people can have open access to it. So you can actually read some of the content before you have to hit a paywall or something, right? So one of the things that they have in there that I found at least very useful is this part here on quantum physics, because within quantum physics, you have various different things that you can look into, computing, sensing, all the different technologies. But in order to search these, you have to go through this little prompt. And of course, I looked for something for today that didn't have it, but I figured, let me look since the last few days, since July 27th, let's say. And I want things, let's say, with an abstract, so I can read a little bit about what's going on. And I hit go, and then I do this every week. And then I go through here, I read to see, okay, what's the title, what are they working on? The abstract is basically what the paper is about. And I'll go through this and say, okay, is anything in there interesting or something in there different? And then if there is, I'll just click on here, download the PDF, read it, and do, et cetera, et cetera. So, and this is pretty much, once a week I do this. Close this. So this obviously takes a little bit of time, not too much, but I still have to go through this. So I thought, well, there's gotta be a better, quicker way to this. So while taking this course, I said, well, let me try this out for a bit. So what I thought about doing is, let me go ahead and see if I could automate this a little bit. And then, but I wanted to do it a certain way where if I was gonna automate it, there's gonna be other things I wanna add to it. Like right now, this is just looking at arXiv, but there's other journals that I wanna look into, maybe IEEE and some of these other ones that are not necessarily open source, or there might be other repositories that I wanna look at. So I don't wanna pigeonhole myself and write one thing for this and have to write it again and write it again and write it again. So I thought, well, let me kind of modularize it. In other words, how do I make it a little simpler, easier? Grant, if you want, you can sit on my seat there, move things around if you want. All right. So I thought about, well, how do we modularize it? Because one thing that's important to this, and most of you might already know this, is planning, right? Planning is important. Architecting your idea. How is it going to be used? How are people going to use it? In this case, how am I going to use it? And how do I plan to use it after that? So one thing you can say, I'm going to write this thing and it solves this particular problem. I'll guarantee, only because I've done it for many years working with clients, once they use it, they're going to have something else they want. Oh, that's great. Can you do this? Could it do this? Guarantee you're going to hear that at least once or twice, if not many times. That's just from one person. It could be the CEO, the other one could be the chief technical officer, one could be a developer. And the worst is also is after it's deployed, they're going to be calling you back. Hey, I was doing this and something's not working. I get this error message. What do I do? Right? So now you're support. So now you got to stop what you're doing and go call this guy and say, okay, let me see what you got, show me, and then they've done something. Now you got to go follow that, and if it's something they did wrong, you don't want to tell them, hey, you screwed it up. You got to say, well, let's see what we want to do, and now you're stuck support, right? So we want to be able to kind of have some kind of a self-healing mechanism to this, or at least some kind of way to maintain it, monitor, et cetera, et cetera. So if there's any changes, it can detect something that's gone wrong, right? So best way to do that, skills agents. Right? Just create them up, start building them out. So instead of thinking, well, let me build this one massive application and figure everything in, and then figure out, well, this is a good agent, this is a good agent, break it down. Just think of it as if you're building a team. I want to have a team of experts to do these sort of things. You're in charge of this, you're in charge of that, you're in charge of this, or you're familiar with this area, I want you to go look for certain things, right? So that's what this, in a sense, is doing. Let me increase the font so it's easier for you guys all to see. I think that should be fine. I'm hoping the online folks can see this. So the first things first, so like I mentioned, I wanted to do something that I can just kind of scrape through some repositories, get some data. I'm using arXiv, but you can think of anything you want. Whatever information you want to grab, whatever it is, you want to scrape it, you want to pull things in, right? So when you want to kind of do this, the first thing you want to kind of identify is, well, what do I want to really build out, right? So I want this thing to not only scrape it, great, that's what it does, but now how is it going to do it, right? There's a difference between the what and the how. And then, so one of the things I want to do is I want to look at the API. Are there APIs for this? Is there something that I can just call? Rather than going to a web page and scraping it using web scrapers, that takes forever and it's not very efficient. So I looked online, or in this case, I just asked Claude. I said, hey, listen, what can you find that I could use this extract, right? So with those, you have your skills, and of course, you pop out. You say, okay, using this particular, I use something called an Atom API, so it runs through this. I give it some information here. It gave me, when I first ran it, it gave me about up to 6. So these extra ones I added because I started looking and going, can I do that? I started the same thing as your client will think. If I could do that, I wonder if I can also do this and this and this. So you just start adding things on there, right? Now, so you go, you build out your references for this, but then also one thing I wanted to do was, output it somewhere. So if I'm getting all the stuff, where's it going to go? I don't want to see it in the chat window because that's going to be ridiculous going through. I want to be able to scroll through it. I want to be able to filter data from it. I want to say, okay, who published it? Who's the author? Maybe I'm following some authors. I want to see what they're writing. Or I want to exclude some stuff, et cetera. Somebody says to me, hey, any new papers on quantum sensing? I can filter by that category, right? So with that, you can come up with various different ways of reporting. So I figure, well, an Excel report, just output it to an Excel spreadsheet. Does it have to be there? No, it could be a database repository online somewhere, et cetera. I just figure here's just something simple so that we can demo this and see what's happening. Then, of course, I want to have it run regularly, right? I run it once a week. I might want to run it once a day or once every other day or on demand, right? So I want to create, I built it on Windows, so I built a Windows Task Manager for it. If I was using a Mac, I'll use the Mac Launch Controller. If I'm using Linux, I use cron, as Grant mentioned earlier today. So the scheduler is the same thing. I want it to do certain things, right? I want to be able to run interactively. I want to be able to reset certain times. I want to have a config file that I can pretty much change things, so I can change that regularity. If this is something that our friends, because the friends will ask you, hey, can I borrow that thing you got? How'd you do that? Can I have it? Sure. Send the code deck, we'll go to GitHub, download it, do this. There's a README file there, of course. So it's easy for people to do it, whether they're on Mac or Windows or Linux. Gives them the instructions, they run it, and everything says, all they got to do is go to a config file and change the number. 7 days ago, 10 days ago, 1 day ago, whatever they want. So you got to think, so that's another skill, right? So if anything changes here, I can add another skill. It could be for Mac, one for Linux, and then that way, when whoever gets it, they just pick their own one, and they're good to go. So from an architectural perspective, right, you want to think about 3 components, right? Is a processing of basically what it is that you want to do. Mine is going to be extracting this from a repository, and keeping it general, even though I'm talking about archive, I bring it up an abstract level. I want to go to a repository that's got data. What is the kind of data? All the data in the universe, let's assume that. So some data repository, I want to extract from it. And I want to be able to get this information. I want to store it somewhere so later on I can filter and grab it, right? That's your high level. Then you start digging down. All right, what kind? What's the data? Where's the repository, et cetera? And then that's a process. But before that, you have a pre-processing step, right? What kind of, how often do I want to launch this thing? What kind of, do I need to log in? Because some of these APIs, the Atom API for archive is open. There is no API needed. You just call and it'll send it. It limits you as how many times you can query it per month, but you can put that as a filter. Just don't call it any more than what you're allowed. And then also there's a post-processing. Once I get the data, once it's finishing, what can I do? What does it benefit me or the client? Like somebody can say, well, this has all this great information. The client goes in and goes like, well, I just see a list of data. I just see a bunch of data on a spreadsheet, or I just see this big database. What am I going to do with it? You want me to read through every single one? What's the point? Think about what are they going to be using for? How do you optimize it for them, right? They want a dashboard. I just want a dashboard. Show me the sensing, quantum, and this. I want to click and start drilling down. Simple. You do that. At least you have the data already, so you have it, and all you're building is just whatever the client needs. And it could be different. So create different skills for those particular post-processing components. One does a dashboard. One creates a particular report. One creates whatever they want, right? Just have each one doing its own thing. Now, so that's on one aspect from that level. Now drilling down a little bit, you want to basically look at your prompts, right? So you can have different topics. So one of the things, for example, if I just do search on quantum, it's going to say, great, I'm just going to look at everything that's quantum. I don't want everything because there might be something that somebody just mentioned quantum in their abstract that has nothing to do with it. It could be AI, and it can also be used on quantum. I don't need to read that one, right? So you want to be able to kind of put the sort of filters on those kind of things. What to do when something fails, right? If you're running and your execution fails, and you have it run once a week, and you only have it run once and it fails and it doesn't repeat, now you're going to have a whole week of no data, right? So how do you catch it? How do you, again, self-healing, right? How does it know something was returned successfully? Orchestrating certain things. These are very important because one of the things you want to think about, particularly when you're using multi-agents, is you're going to have one agent maybe talking to another agent, right? And you have nothing to do with that. They're going to talk, so it means that you got to give them some orchestration. Who's in charge? If each one's asking a question, all of a sudden you just found a pit of money that you're just throwing things away because they just keep asking questions back and forth, and they never get to a resolution, right? How do you tell them, say, hey, if you can't answer this within 100 tokens or whatever limit you put in there, limit it, and then have it go back to a master orchestrator that will basically repair or report, right? So all those kind of things, you want to make sure you have something there kind of keeping an eye on that. And of course, finally here, your scripts, right? One of the things I wanted to do is obviously repairing tables, because when I first ran it, and you'll do this as you're running, most people say, ooh, I hit an error. Let me copy the error, put it into Claude or somewhere, say, hey, I'm running into this error, help me fix it. Oh, do this, just replace this script, replace this file, it's all set, and then you're gone. That's great, but now for every error, you're the one that's got to go back into it. I didn't want to do that. I'm like, well, let me build a support team. Let me have somebody else do it. So if something breaks and repairs, learn from it or run it. Thanks, Aya. So that's what you want to kind of have. So anyway, so these scripts are basically just for that. You want to make sure you have this kind of something in there to kind of keep it out there. If you're doing something from the moment you start and you think, well, this is something I don't want to do regularly, think about building a skill agent on top of that. All right, I got about a minute and so I'm going to go right to the fun stuff. So I put this thing in, I had it on, so I'm running on a Windows device, and the reason I run with a Windows Surface on top of it, why is because I figure if I can run it on, I don't want to say it's low, because I have some Microsoft folks here, but on something that's not like your typical 120 gigabytes of memory, all this stuff, I figure if I can run on here, I can run on anything, I can scale it. I'd rather scale up than try to scale down because somebody's using this, right? But that's just how I like to work. So anyway, so you have this set. So I have two different scripts. One of the courses does a test, right? As I mentioned before, run a test, make sure everything's running, make sure there's no issues. I have connections to everything. Once it is, then it's all right, let me run the script. So it runs the script, it goes, it tells me a little bit of output. I tell it to be very, not too verbose here on the outputs, but it's just telling me running nothing since the last time, pulling in the latest ones now, and everything runs through. So now I come back here, go to the output folder, open this up, and then we'll see here, script, a database. And again, this is a repository. It's just going to be a bunch of stuff, but I have here different tabs, so each tab can be a table. It tells you what, so it gives you a status report, a summary, all the different articles, every data within that article, then it breaks it down. Here's a list of authors, here's the subtopics that it found, so I can just see exactly how many papers are going through and which ones have more submissions. I know, okay, that's an area that people are getting interested in. And then, of course, authors that may be missing affiliations. They have their name there, but they're not associated. So which means that either they're independent researchers, so I'm thinking, hey, I can hire these guys, or I can reach out to them, and they're open to work to somewhere, right? So that helps a lot there as well. Now, the last thing I want to cover also is something that the gotchas here. So this is sort of almost like a thing I would consider for you all is more like a best practices to keep in mind. If you want to run something regularly, definitely use, every operating system has some kind of a service. I use the task scheduler, which you saw. Mac OS has the launch control. Linux has cron jobs, which you mentioned earlier. So these are ways to automate your process. Again, with the automation, always assume worst case scenario. Don't think, okay, it's running now, everything's fine. What happens if it doesn't run? Is there a way to catch, make sure, oh, does it run right? Let me notify somebody or run it again or run it a couple times, and after 3 or 5 retries, do something else, right? At least somewhere for you so you know there's a problem. Now, a lot of folks grab PDFs, upload and say, hey, read this one. Like some of these articles that I get, they're all in PDFs. Notice I didn't say extract the PDF abstract from there because the abstracts are in the API, which means it's text. Why? Because as you can see, I highlighted at the top there. To scroll through a PDF versus a Markdown file, it's anywhere from at worst 300 to 500% more tokens burned by just going to just because of the complexity of the file. There are lots of different ways to convert PDFs to Markdowns. I highly recommend you do that or find a way to do it and put them out. Markdown is the cheapest way to do it. So this will save you a bunch of tokens. The other one also is to strip out any of that conversational stuff. Hey, I'm trying to do no, switch to what we call either kill the fluff, drop the grammar, use shorthand. Some of us call it caveman mode. There's something actually called caveman mode. You can go in there. It basically is, and it's not just how you're describing it, but how does it give the response to you? It actually burns more tokens on the output than you do on the input, reading your input. And there's a bunch of articles and YouTube videos that show you examples of that. So you don't want the response to give you something really nice and a normal white output. You want us to just kind of go right to you and say, fix this now, do this, that's it. Caveman mode saves a whole bunch on the output tokens. And finally, a token savings agent, right? So we can do all of these things, but it's nice to also, like I said, you learn all this stuff, but you find, well, why should I go do this and have to do it? Let me create an agent. So on the code, and I'll share it in our chat, is a script that I created called Token Saver. And that basically does that. It will, which you'll read, it basically gets you started. It looks at, it strips out all those filler words. It puts everything in components. And if you can download the PDF to Markdown. There's actually a Python extension for that. You can write that, put that in there, and it'll do that for you as well. So if you have it, you just run it through here. It'll strip everything down and hopefully save you a whole bunch of tokens. And if anything, you can donate them to me if you'd like. I'm not happy to take them. But if you have any questions, otherwise, hope those are right. Yeah. Okay, yeah, I'm done. Sorry.
Amazing.
Right.
We'll give it up for Robert. Amazing, amazing. We have time for one question, if anyone has a question. if no questions, we'll move forward with the next demo. We do have around 50 minutes or so and change, so we'll just go forward with the next demos. Again, one more time for Robert, always a pleasure
Yes, yes.
to see people incorporating what they've learned. One question?
You don't need to be a quantum physicist to do it. You can, high school students one of them that I'm teaching is actually already coding using quantum. And my nephew, who was 9 years old at the time, learned Python. Now in 10, he's actually writing in quantum script. So the big misconception is, oh, I have to be a PhD, I have to be a quantum physicist, I have to understand molecular structures. You have to understand linear algebra. And with that, it's not taking a course. You know how to multiply matrices, which you can learn very easily. So that's probably one.
Thank you. That's really helpful. Really appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Of course.
Always friend of the show.
Always a pleasure.
Amazing, amazing. Cool. Yes, so who else would like to demo today? I know we had a few more hands up. All right, come on up. Amazing, absolutely. Mr. Kelly. Here you go. So I'll go ahead and attach this for you. And then we'll see if we're blessed with the screen today. We've had a good run so far. You've all actually had a much smoother onboarding with this screen than I have had. So I'm happy for all of you. Amazing. So we're going to go ahead and just potentially allow it. I suppose so. I'm going to skip this. I don't know why. Oh, I know why. That keyboard. Okay, great.
Cool.
Cool. Okay, great. So we're just going to mirror this. We're going to change. Start mirroring. Cool. Amazing. Now we're just going to change the resolution. And we're going to do display settings here. Everything so far is working well. Happy to see this. Things showing up on the screen. Amazing and cool. So what we'll have too is we'll have a timer as well. We'll put one over in this corner just for 5 minutes. And great. So take it away. Please introduce yourself and share a bit about what you're working on.
Cool. Hi, everybody. I'm Mike Kelly. I'm a repeat offender with Vibe Coding courses with Grant and Gabe. So I came into this course initially when we did the first version. I was working on an AI CFO, Chief Financial Officer concept with one of my friends. And we have a little LLC. We've been doing some consulting for about 2 years. And so when I signed up for the second course, I was like, I'm going to go hard on this. We're going to use it to build out, more app infrastructure, more web infrastructure, and really kind of get after automation and try to unlock more productivity. So if you ever heard the saying, man proposes, God disposes, that's exactly what happened. Midway through this course, I got a pretty heavy health diagnosis. And I quickly said, wow, I'm overwhelmed. I have so much stuff to manage now. I have doctor's appointments, healthy eating, new health and wellness protocols. I got communications, loved ones. I have a care team, that sort of thing. So what I actually wanted to do was figure out a way to work across operating systems or devices between Claude on the Mac and Claude on my phone on iOS. For a little bit of context, I've been transitioning away from a Surface Pro 9. The development experience is just really clunky and kind of like, I'm not here to tout Apple, but just have not loved the Surface Pro. And I initially kind of kept this machine, my Mac was supposed to be more pristine for more development workflows, for heavier workflows. And I really just wanted to use Codex on this, and I didn't want to integrate Claude with all my Gmail and everything. So that's like a little bit of setup on why I ended up choosing Claude, more or less, was essentially the integration with Gmail and some of the other skills that we learned in this second course with like MCP and the protocol. So what I've done here is I've built this kind of life hub, and this is just an overview of the architecture, or essentially what is the stack. So I'm using 2 machines, a device and a MacBook Pro. I have Claude, and this reads a guardrail file because I don't actually want Claude to hallucinate and give me information that I didn't ask for. I don't want to hear about what it thinks about my diagnosis. I don't want to hear what it thinks about articles that might be related. I don't want it to pull in any other information that doesn't pertain to the task that I'm trying to get it to. So I use the guardrail, the markdown file like we learned about, essentially to say, hey, unless explicitly asked, don't build upon that concept, right? And so it's maintained that really well. Also, in terms of skills, I ran with the Notion audit and the Notion task update. It's worked really well so far. I will say sometimes Claude does a bit too much, and I'll talk about where things kind of go, the wheels kind of fall off. But more or less, Notion has a few different flavors. And again, in terms of doing too much, I really just wanted the Notion page architecture to be like 3 or 4 things. And after vibing with it this afternoon, I now have 10 different pages, and I have to reconcile between the Notion MCP integration. I'm using Todoist, right? Because Notion doesn't push notifications really well, so I forget things. And then I'm also integrated to Instacart, and I'll get more into like what I'm doing for like cooking, like my new food protocols, basically. And so now I've kind of expanded, and it creates this a little bit of what I'd say is like a reconciliation effort, where I have to go to source, and then I have to compare source to Notion and say, okay, did I get that task? Is that correct? Is that doctor? Is that person? And then I also have to go Notion to Todoist and say, is it duplicating tasks? So there still is some manual stuff that I'm trying to work out just in terms of the vibe coding process, but more or less Notion is supposed to be what captures, which is the hub. Like where do I go, like if I need to see the source of truth for most things. And it connects then in with Google Calendar, which I don't actually love because I end up using iCal a lot. And from my iOS, when I chat with Claude, it will make an iCal event, you know, I forget the file name, but it'll create one of those. And so sometimes I end up in this thing where it's like, okay, I'm looking at Google Calendar, or on from the machine here, it will make Google Calendar, but in the phone it makes an iCal, and then again, kind of a reconciliation effort. It uses Notion, it's using Todoist. The Instacart integration is pretty cool. I've enjoyed that. That's better on the mobile app, where it's say like, hey, take this recipe based on these nutritional guardrails and more or less make an Instacart, and it will create the cart for Sprouts, and it will be all my requirements. I need it organic, I need certain types of oils, that thing. And then really my ultimate vision though is I want to go back to some of the skills that we learned in course 1 with Drizzle. And a lot of this life hub comes down to food, like eating to live, food is medicine. And I'm really influenced by, if you've ever heard of Ayurveda, and Ayurveda is like Indian or yogic kind of food science, that sort of thing. So we'll look at that a little bit more, but my idea then would be to have these recipe cards and more or less a website app, because what I don't really want is a Google folder that has a bunch of recipes that are really cool, Indian recipes that have the right spice profiles for my constitution. I don't want that in Google Drives like lost in just long URLs. It's not helpful for me. So I want to create some sort of web experience, and this draws on my background in databasing, really using Drizzle, so I can more or less query to a small database and say, hey, like I'm looking to bring up that mung dal recipe, and so that I can recreate that. That's really what I'm looking for, and use more natural language there. So that's the system, like the system overview. So we'll look at one specific use case, and I thought this was pretty cool. So what I did here was, I have this really sweet friend, her name's Dara. I know her from the ashram, and we know each other through the meditation stuff. And she's Indian, and she said, hey, I heard you're going through something. I'm gonna bring you basically all the essentials. So she brought me basically probably, I'd say $150 worth of different lentils to make dal, spices, powdered spices, herbs, things that like, I'm okay in the kitchen. I have I'm good. But I'm like, how do I put this all together? And if you guys have ever done any cooking, like the spice profile for Indian dishes, they make them or break them. Like you can end up with something really nasty, and you can spend a lot of time on it, and then it's just not palatable at all. So I'm like, okay, how can I basically take everything that she's given me and upload it? So I airdropped from my phone all the photos of the things that she's given me, and I basically uploaded them as pictures to here, and Claude went through and it said, okay, let me organize these pantry items for you and tell you exactly what they are. So in Notion, we have this pantry inventory tab, and you can see it's got all the different herbs, and this is just based on 16 different photos, and the file extension was HEIC, and it just said, like Triphala, Amlaki, all these things, herbal medicine, that's what it'll be used for. And then it's given me all my different grains and legumes and things that I'll use. And then what I'll do is she texted me a bunch of recipes. So I have a bunch of them in chat, is I'll start a new chat within this Claude project and I'll say, hey, help me create this recipe card that I'll more or less use and do certain things like that. I also was like, man, now I have all these spices and all these Indian dishes to manage now. Claude, can you actually help me come up with some storage solutions for all of this? Like what's gonna be best? I guess powdered herbs essentially oxidize faster, and so a shaded little thing is better than a clear one for not powdered or things that need to be grinded. And so I had that basically shoot itself off to Todoist, and it's a little convoluted, like we don't need to go through everything in here, but like you can see this by pantry storage container items, and that's what I'll move everything from those bags in so that it doesn't fall all over my counters right into it. And so this, in a way, it's like, it's not really necessarily anything groundbreaking or anything new sort of application, but it's just really helping me with the, what I'm calling the care management and administration of what I have going on, especially given the food component. So it's a little bit overview of my system and kind of what I want to do.
Yeah, I love that. It's cool to see, you know, the courses all come together, seeing course 1 merge with course 2 to help you with that, you know, SQL database and authentication. It's super amazing. And to see just the orchestration of a giant workspace helping to, you know, connect everything, collect everything, and make everything more organized. And once you have the organization right, you can do so much with it. So that's really neat to see. So one question. Does anyone have a question? Cool.
Robert mentioned.
Yeah, go ahead.
Robert mentioned what's next. He's always like, everyone's always what's next. So what's next?
Yeah, so like I said, what I want to do is, I haven't decided if I want to go like full blog experience with it as I move to understanding how Ayurveda implements into my own wellness protocol, and that might change, or if I just want to more or less publish kind of my journey with Ayurvedic cooking and these food protocols and some of these recipe cards and try to democratize it a little bit more. But I want to do that through a pretty standard web experience. So I'll leverage, again, some of the skills that we learned in course 1, like using Vercel, hosting really simple websites and stuff like that. And that will be also helpful for me, the recipe cards and the HTML recipe cards, because like if you do any cooking at home and you search how to make a miso glaze for salmon, you're scrolling through just text and text and text before you even get to the recipe ingredients. And then you got to keep scrolling through ads and that and X things out to get to the actual steps to complete it. So I want to create those menu cards that really cut away a lot of the noise and publish that on the web, basically.
And then very quickly, Nia, just very quickly though.
You mentioned using Drizzle. I forgot what Drizzle is. Like, how are you planning to use it as your like next step?
Yeah, and maybe I can also jump in here too.
Yeah.
Actually, go ahead.
Yeah, so Drizzle, to my understanding of it, and again, I come from a really back-end systems place with databasing. Drizzle is a lightweight database that is great for membership management within a web. So if you like have a bunch of people logging onto your website, then Drizzle would maintain a lot of those credential systems in a fairly efficient way so that it can recall them during your login and authentication processes. How did I do?
Yeah, I think that was great. You know, it's an incredible, right? It's really, really nice.
Yeah.
As you mentioned, it's an incredible SQL system, you know, that connects to the database, and it basically writes exactly like SQL. It keeps it super low level, right? So it's a really good way to, instead of like writing raw SQL queries, you know, it can get messy, right? So Drizzle, you know, to go a little bit deeper, you would call it like an ORM, right? So how do you create that connector between that and the database and like translate it in that particular language? And so it writes a really neat translation for the database for it to be a perfect like connector between the two. And once you have that, then you can create systems in your database, and which is basically effectively acts as a database in a lot of ways, to create really powerful applications. Because if you do raw SQL, it's going to get messy. It's going to get, how do you manage those migrations? How do you manage those queries? How do you manage changes? How do you save that history? That's where Drizzle comes in, and it makes all that super easy. And it's also one of the modern ones. So there's a few, and I'm going too deep right now, but there's like Prisma you know, there's Prisma, Drizzle, and then there's like a few others, right? You know, this is for TypeScript. For Python, there's other ones. So I highly recommend it. So for folks that are curious about Vibe Code course number 1, we'll be having that one again. So if anyone's curious about learning more about databases, Drizzle, Vercel, and Next.js, and how to build apps, including with authentication, that's the one to be in. So let's give it up one more time. Incredible. Thank you so much.
Always a pleasure.
Amazing, amazing. So I want to give all of our instructors and everyone that helped teach for this session, all of our volunteers, supporters, everything, like 1 to 2 minutes to speak. Micah has to go pretty soon, but we really appreciated your help on the marketing component, so let's give it up. Yeah, want to share something with the class?
Yeah, appreciate it, buddy. Yeah.
Oh, and can I grab that, the microphone? Perfect, thank you.
Bye.
Amazing. Here, let me put that on here for you.
So,
Put the slide in
say it again?
Did you put the slide in the port? Last time you said-
Yes, I think I did. Yes,
Yeah.
I definitely did. It was a website URL. This is real quick. I think you guys are doing some really amazing stuff. Really proud of y'all. This has been to see the way you've matriculated with your vibe coding and your production and what you guys are working on. I think it's been really dope to see. It's been really amazing to see. And I just want to congratulate you. I know I got to leave a little bit early. I have boat duty to do. I do a boat captain stuff on the side. But I wanted to make sure I stopped in to see you guys' faces before you guys get your awards and your certificates and everything. And to let you guys know you guys did an amazing job. It's hard getting through the nerdy stuff, but the nerdy stuff is going to get you money. And the nerdy stuff is going to allow you to produce really cool stuff. So become super nerds, nerd out on AI, study this, follow all the trends on social media, and not follow all the trends, but like keep updated, and follow these nerds right here. They're the greatest nerds ever. These are my personal nerds, and I love these.
I vouch for that.
I love them. I love them to death. But you guys did a really great job, and keep nerding out. We're in the group chats. You can always ask us questions, and I look forward to seeing what you guys make in the future.
Amazing. Thank you, thank you. Give it up for Micah Berkeley. Believe it or not, Micah was at our very first Deep Station event ever.
Yeah.
Day one.
Day one.
Day one.
How long has Deep Station been out?
We've been around, now this is the question I've been wanting to hear. Let me tell you all about the history of Deep Station right now. We'll go with this for, 20 minutes at least. No, but we've been around now since June 2023. So I think June 6th is our anniversary. So we've been around now for 3 years, It was a really incredible journey. Our first event, we had around 30 folks. And now, some weeks we'd have 10. So, some lulls in between, but we always had a very tight-knit community. And over time, we've now become one of the largest, if not the largest, AI community here in Miami, right? All of our sessions have over 300 registrations at least generally. And so we're just really excited to continue spreading AI education and hopefully share more about our history and so forth. And so thank you again to our instructors. And before then, let's go ahead and go do some more demos. So who else would like to do? Maya? Amazing. Let's give it up for Maya. Amazing, amazing. Cool. Can't wait to see your presentation. Or your demo, rather. Not so, Here we go. Cool. Great. And we'll see if we're blessed with the screen today. We'll give me one moment. Yeah, we'll just click X here. Oh, cool. I guess you could use the mouse. Let me just set up your screen for you. It's always a process here. I wonder how many times in one day I can say there's AI and then there's AV and still get a laugh, but I guess that was the last one. Okay. Amazing. So we go here, right? We go to display settings. And we go to resolution. Perfect. Right. Okay, cool. So now you should be able to take it away. Amazing. I'll go this way. Perfect. Oh, actually, could we start over? Let me go ahead and give you the microphone. Yes.
There's no place to put that.
Right, yeah. You put it right here.
I'll hold on to it. Hey everyone, can you hear me okay? My name is Maya, and I am a product designer. And I have a client that is a nonprofit client, and they have very unique time tracking needs. So I built this app specifically for them because I was getting really annoyed with having to fill out my timesheets every week for them. It was very time consuming. So I'm going to go into my app. And my design manager, she loves this view especially. And so does our billing specialist because they really want to see the breakdown of how my time is spent across different projects because they're accountable to their donors and the government for all of the money that they spend. So this view gives them some help. I spend most of my time in the time entries view. At first, I was doing things in a row format and just adding entries this way. So it looks like this. And eventually, I got a little bit more sophisticated and decided to add a calendar view, which looks like this. I like this view a lot because I can come in here and just really quickly add in all of the meetings I was in, and it's a very like drag and drop interface that I can use. The bar here at the top gives me a visual cue for if I'm meeting my cap for the week. And let's see, let's go in and do my timesheet for this week together. So we're on week 31, view week. All my time is already set up because I've already added this in. And we're going to go to the weekly summary tab. And this is an automation. I can send an automated email to the billing specialist and to the design manager. It has the breakdown of the hours and projects that they want in the format that they want. And I just go ahead and make sure that that automated send is on. And I can set it and forget it. And I get I get money. Yeah, so that's it. I have tried to make an agent, and it seems to be working okay, but I ran into a little bit of a snafu because I have to get approval to connect to the company Outlook. So I've got to work with them on that. But thank you very much. And if you have any suggestions for how I could keep improving this, let me know.
Amazing, amazing. Amazing, amazing. I always love to see all the invention creations and the automations and workflows and everything in between that the community is developing. Does anyone have a question for Maya? Oh, we have one question.
Using Claude or Codex? Or...
I use Claude Code.
Yeah. And did you have any inspiration, like, hey, this is a good reference point? Did you, or was it all just like vibe code and like, yeah?
It was all vibe coded. Yeah, I started it in the previous class, and I've just been building on top of it since then.
Nice.
Yep.
Cool.
Yeah. Wow. Well, let's give it one more time. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Well, great. Amazing, amazing. It's so cool. Again, I'm going to take this headphone out of my ear because hearing myself talk twice is kind of challenging. But as much as I like that. Now, yes, so amazing. I'm really impressed by, I really am. This is like really, really cool automations, development, and honestly, this is like giving me ideas of how to streamline my own tasks. So that's what's one of the most beautiful part about being an instructor is also learning from the students. You know, it's like, you know, you teach and then suddenly it's like, whoa, like these are some really cool things that are being developed. How can I use this myself, you know? So that's always a wonderful part. So absolutely. Does anyone else want to demo and share what they've been cooking? Anyone else? Okay, Pablo, come on up to the stage. Amazing, amazing.
Almost embarrassed because it's like
yeah.
kind of dumb compared to everything else.
Oh, but you know what? It's all about the experience and sharing, and
it's like the serious version of this stuff.
Right, but I think you know, we're all going to learn something new from it, and I think regardless, it's just cool to see what people are building, even if it's simple. You know?
Yeah. The idea is 50% of the presentation.
You know the magic of the...
Yes, we'll see if we're blessed right now with the... Oh. Okay. Oh, we're already good. Amazing. Could you go to device... Oh, this one here? Yeah. Amazing. You already have it set up. Great. So we just have to go find resolution, which is right here. So generally on Mac, it'll do it, but we'll keep it. And... Odd. I mean, it's good enough, right? Is this okay for everyone?
You want to try like a different one? Like a different.
We could try it. Maybe 2048 or something, or it is better.
I can't.
Yeah, you want to watch it? I can even try one lower. No.
It's kind of like a 4x3, right? As opposed to.
Yeah, I mean, usually when I do it on a Mac, it works when I do this. Oh, this one is the best.
Does that work?
Yeah, I think it works, but let me try one more. Maybe I could try the one it recommended here. Maybe I try one higher. I see. Changes, right? So then it did recommend this one. Oh. Oh yeah, but then your screen is weird though.
No, that's fine.
Is that okay?
Yeah.
Is it okay with like this?
Yeah.
Are you sure?
I'll
Okay,
tr- I'll
cool.
try.
We'll see what happens,
I'll try.
right?
I'll see what happens.
It'll go well. Okay,
So
so,
let me,
do a quick intro for yourself and then we'll talk about what you built.
Okay. Let me see if I can get this slide up. It's really hard for me to see it here. Does that work there? Okay, so hey, everybody, I'm Pablo. I swear to God, I have a day job. I have a proper corporate job elsewhere. So this is not the only thing I'm building, but basically about 2 years ago, I started working out with structure. I hired a coach, a guy who would program what I needed to do every week. And then I started working on this gym where I later found out that it's all vintage machines. So there are machines as old as myself in the gym, and it's all sort of like collector's items that this guy, the guy who owns the gym got a hold of, throughout the years. And so the conversation with the coach would be a weekly sort of text message where I would show him a picture of a machine and say, is this the incline whatever thing? And he would say, no, it's not that one, it's the one next to it, right? So basically I had a text message going on a weekly basis, and I have a folder with a bunch of like gym equipment, right? And then I decided to sort of like organize that. So the name of the gym is Ghost Gym Miami. So what I built was Ghost Gym Gear, which is basically a website that catalogs all the gear on the gym, right? Let me open the site here for you guys. Oh, it's really hard for me to see it.
Change the resolution back.
Let me see if I can make this. Yeah, it's kind of weird the way it's like missing things, right, in a way? Like the outlines, yeah. See like how like.
Oh, you're saying that it's brighter on this one than that one? Let me see. I mean, can everyone see it fine? I can see it quite well. I think I see like the muscles, the machines, and everything.
So basically, the way this works is I have a folder with a bunch of pictures that I take at the gym. I go back to Claude and I say, hey, let's ingest a new machine. It has a bunch of editorial rules and guardrails and everything that it needs to do. Analyze the images at the pixel level, propose captions for it, and then it'll go out on the web and start looking for information about the machine, right? So like I said, it'll try some Reddit groups that I signed up to. It'll try the US Patent Office, because all these machines have a patent behind it, right? With the schematics and what they're called and everything else. It'll look through some Instagram profiles. It has a sort of like a knowledge base that it can go out to and look for information, right? So, like for example, this BodyMaster multi-hip. I never use this machine actually, but so the machine is here. You have all the images available. You can see all the angles here, and then it'll tell you primary and secondary muscle groups, so glutes, hip abductors, hip flexors, all that stuff. It has a dictionary of muscles as well, because it could be like gluteus maximus is also the glute, right? Your butt, essentially. So I have a sort of a tree of like all the muscles and how they translate, because they show up here in this little menu here. So I couldn't have like 120 options here. It needed to be something palatable, I guess, for a person, right? So it tells you the name of the machine, the manufacturer. It tells you the physical location of the gym as well. So it'll tell you like this machine is on the rack side, near this wall, near the restrooms. It has a virtual tour that you can open to see the video. And then it'll tell you the type of movement, the type of resistance, the maximum capacity that you can load on the machine, the different adjustments you can make as well. Like, can you like raise the seat? Can you, tilt the, the head back type of thing? And then it tells you a little bit of the story behind the machine. Because like I said, these are old vintage, machines. So it'll tell you that, who created them, if they're still around today. A lot of these manufacturers are actually, they went bankrupt or they were acquired by other larger companies, right? And as far as the back end, pretty simple stuff. I have everything on a GitHub repo, right? All the changes land here on this repository. And then Vercel is listening to the repository as well. So every time there's a change, it'll pick up the change, it'll build it, and then you see it live over here. So that's pretty much it. Pretty simple stuff. Everything is pretty standard. And I think like I was saying before, I think the secret sauce here is more on the editorial side. Things, not to do, where to go look for the information. The guy who owns the gym and the community around it as well, they're pretty sensitive to misrepresenting information, or like, for example, here you will never find an instruction on how to use the machine, for example. Like, I'm not here to teach you how to use it. There's liability behind it as well, right? So there's certain things like that. And like I said, on the images, for example, like, don't talk about things that are ephemeral. Like, don't, because in the beginning we try to describe a machine on a picture and would say, on an image, and would say, oh, there's a 45-pound plate loaded on the machine. Well, that plate might not be there 5 minutes later, right? So I had to do a lot of editorial around it. The actual build of it after, it's pretty standard. Node, Next.js. I have an UI library behind it as well to kind of keep things under control. But other than that, it does search, sort by muscle, sort by oldest, newest, alphabetical type of stuff. And you basically have a catalog of all the machines in the gym with their individual entries.
Yeah, so how does it work with respect to the context? You're saying like it has to not be ephemeral, and so it has to be like new and stuff, so.
When you describe a machine, like I try to describe the machine itself for the things that are always going to be there.
Right.
Right, so if there's a person sitting on the machine, I wouldn't take a picture with the person sitting on the machine, but let's say it would say, oh, there was a man sitting on it, and you say, well, that guy could just walk up and leave, right? So it'll look for immutable, I guess, attributes of the machine.
Amazing.
As opposed to ephemeral stuff that can change within the second, right?
Like
so,
the bar is this much weight. And,
right.
To do this thing, you have to use this motion generally, or these range of motions.
Right.
And like, but you're not necessarily caring if like there's someone on it, or it's like, you won't say something like it's always racked with this.
No.
Right, exactly.
I try not to, because it needs to act as a real catalog as opposed to describing what's going on in the picture at that particular time. So like, oh, the seat was set at position 5. I don't do that. I just say the seat is adjustable up and down, or within a certain motion range. And then stuff like you can filter by all the muscles. There's difficulties on the machines as well: novice, intermediate, and advanced. Again, on the editorial side, there's a whole description of that. So if it's a novice machine, anyone can pretty much walk up to it and work out. If it's an advanced machine, there's a risk of you getting hurt. It's like a barbell could fall on your back and you could get hurt, for example, that type of stuff. So I have a category there as well to say it's a safe machine, it's easy to use, or it's a complicated setup, and if you mess up, you probably get hurt on that machine. But like I said, I think the secret sauce really is on the editorial side more than how it was built. But then again, I have skills behind it, MCP into Vercel, CLI to talk to GitHub. All of the regular stuff is set up there. I was going to say one thing that it's a cool. Let me see if I can find one here. Yeah, so the guy who runs the gym also has an Instagram profile where he talks about the machines as well, but from a sort of personal perspective. Like, I was able to buy this in Boston on a trip, or I got hurt on this machine once, then I learned my lesson type of thing. So I have a skill that it will look for matches between my catalog and his profile and wire the two together. So it'll propose a quote, it'll look for the canonical URL for that post, and it will kind of rig the two together.
That's really cool. Are you using Apify or something, or are you using, okay, so you're using Apify connector?
Apify. I have it'll crawl, it'll scrape the profile like once a week.
Right.
And this is all that it gets back.
Oh, very cool. And
Yeah.
just for context, you want to share what Apify is?
Well, it's basically like a scraper for all things web, right? You can
Right.
point it to like LinkedIn and ask it to scrape, profiles or keywords. In my case, I just pointed to this person's profile and said, hey, once a week on a Sunday night, just scrape the whole thing so I have the whole sort of JSON schema of all of their posts, right? And then I'll go through it and look for things. And it's interesting because you can start doing like other little gizmos with it as well.
Right.
Because I found out that there's a song on the videos when he's talking about the machine. So I scraped all the songs and created a playlist on
It gives
Spotify.
you the songs too? Oh, I didn't know
What?
that. I didn't know it could get you the songs. That's cool. Makes sense though.
Yeah. So there's a music, node here somewhere. So I get the artist from that node and I pipe it through Spotify and create a playlist for it.
Right.
type
Yeah.
of thing,
And for context, basically Apify, like when it scrapes that site, it will give you everything from that site because it's literally a scrape. So if you have any images, videos on that Instagram, it'll be able to give you those links to it. And since everything's just a link and technically it's all public, those URLs, like the songs, right, that'll be public for you to click into and define.
Like the image is here somewhere, like.
So, scraping's a gray area. Like it's not like technically it's more of a gray area for the people that are actually doing the scraping, like Apify, right? Like, when it comes to, I'll say this, right? We had a wonderful presenter, William Falcon, creator of PyTorch Lightning, and he created Lightning AI. I think they raised like many millions of dollars, maybe even 100 million. And basically, it's actually very a useful tool, and a lot of people use it in their workflows, and agents are able to use it, and it makes your life a lot easier because it gives you connection to LinkedIn, Instagram, and all these places where it can be sometimes hard to get that kind of information. Natalia, did you have a question?
I was just going to see if you can say again the Apify.
Yeah, so it's Apify, Apify. Although I don't know if it has two P's. I think it's just one P.
No, one P.
Yeah, it's one P. Yeah, so Apify. Do you want to look it up actually? Oh, well, also, by the way, if you want to connect with Pablo, here you
If you
go.
want to because it works better on mobile. It's because you're in the gym, you're not supposed to have a laptop with you. So it's 99% meant for mobile.
I like that social interaction with the gym equipment because it makes sense. You have a gym for a long time, right? You get a personal, attachment to that. And it's cool, like the history, and people want to be part of that. That's really cool. And like a lot of content, sometimes seems, like when it's on the page, there's so much that goes behind it, right? It goes on in the background. So it's really cool. It's really awesome to see everything.
I think
that's
if you go to a commercial gym, there's not that much of a relationship with the equipment because it's new.
Right.
A lot of the stuff is like, there's some like American pride behind it as well, like American steel and like American manufacturing, made in the USA.
Right.
So a lot of the stuff now comes from China. And so it has maybe less personality in that sense.
Right.
So collectors of machines like those are very passionate about that era of American sort of iron, I guess.
Right, yeah.
So it's cool
man.
stuff.
Yeah, it's cool. That's certainly part
So
of the
you
brand.
wanted to see Apify, right?
Yeah. Apify.com.
Let's see.
You might be an instructor in the next course.
Yeah. Actually, that's pretty cool. I love like the idea of alumni.
Let me see, let
becoming
me
the
show you
instructors.
man. I can show you the scrape job on this one here. I think
This is a very useful tool, by the way. Just Apify
so this is
generally.
it. It'll look through that person's profile, the guy who owns the gym, actually Alex, and it'll basically scrape everything, like the comments, the images, it'll structure this for you like in this table, and then you have exports, and you can say, get me an XML, get me a JSON of this so I can ingest it elsewhere. And you can also tell the agent to go look for it. Like here's the MCP. Once a week, just hit it, grab the information, do your magic.
I was going to ask, did you use MCP server, and how was that experience for you with Apify?
Well, for this, it's more of a manual process in a way. Like I'll just go ahead and grab the file because I don't need it very often.
Yeah.
And also because the catalog is getting to the end of it now. I mean, I'm about to finish, so I'm not sure how much work there is after that.
100%. Well, this is amazing. Let's give it up for Pablo. This is super cool. Oh,
Thank you.
and for questions, Robert, you had a question? Oh, here, do you want to, for the audience?
Sure, sorry. So the question around scraping, and I'm not an attorney, I want to make sure that as well. But it's scraping there's nothing illegal about it because you're doing that when you're reading it anyways. It's what you do after that. When you scrape it, are you doing anything? Are you selling it? Are you contributing something to it that might not be allowed?
It might not be illegal, but the service could have a policy against it as well, right?
Yeah.
So maybe
when you click the terms and agreement, you're bound to that. So
there's probably a clause there
somewhere.
somewhere saying that you're not supposed to be scraping their information. But like you said, it's a bit of a gray zone, right? And in this case, it's obviously a personal project, it's a hobby, right? So I'm not reselling this information to someone. So I guess I'm playing in that creative sort of realm a little bit. Yeah.
It's a fine realm to live in, you know?
Yeah.
We're all using it, and, you know, it's kind of Robert saying, it kind of depends what your kind of like intent with it is, and like if you're for example doing millions and millions, then actually the problem then becomes the provider of it, right? Like Amplify, more so of the individuals. Sally, I think you had one question. Is that right?
I was just interested. Are they allowed phones in the gym? You said no laptops. They allow phones?
Phones, yes.
So
no, everything's allowed. I mean, but you wouldn't normally take a laptop with you. Yeah, and a phone is more.
So would you then translate this to computer vision and have people point their phone at the machine to identify?
It's an interesting question because the first thing that the owner wanted to do was to put a QR code on the machines, which is very simple to do, right? I would have to create a QR for every machine, put it on a sticker and put it there. But then there could be some sort of assistant in the app that you just point to the machine and it would try to guess what it is.
Yeah.
There's a pretty good chance that I think it would hit because it has about 20 images per machine at this point. So there's hundreds of images already cataloged, and it has like 3/4 view, left and right. It has up and down. So I think it would be fairly easy to get a hit on an image. The problem is that the place is super busy. Like the machines are stacked on top of each other. So sometimes it has a hard time identifying an image because it'll see a placard for a machine that's next to it. So it'll get confused, you know, in a sense. But doable, I think, yeah.
Well, let's give it up one more time for Pablo. Amazing, amazing. Would anyone else like to demo? We're going to move a little fast here. Any other demos that anyone would like to contribute with? You know, sharing kind of what you built? Maybe next time in the YouTube or in the WhatsApp group chat. Feel free, absolutely, anytime. Oh, thank you so much. I appreciate that. You know, sometimes we forget this and we hear all the spicy details later on. Yes. Amazing, amazing. Well, amazing. Let's give it up for all of you for making it through the course. Let's give it up for our instructors for helping make this happen. Gabe Klein for being so wonderful of ours. Katie Burge for being freaking amazing and helping everyone online and for all the support for all of these sessions. And let's give it up also for Micah Berkeley as well, if we already did. So amazing, amazing. So we have certificates for everyone. So we would like to start passing out these certificates. And we'd also like our instructors to say something for about a minute or two as well. And then we're all going to take a group picture with the certificates. Thank you for doing that with us. So we're going to pass around the certificates. In fact, we'll make this official. Yes, absolutely. Nia, congratulations on completing of the course. Amazing, amazing. Great. Oh, actually, let's get some pictures in here. Yes. Got to do it. Oh, I should totally change the background, shouldn't I? Give me a second. Although, we do love the Lab Miami. My phone battery, my laptop battery is starting to get low. Okay, cool. Oh, Gabe, Gabe, can you help me out with charging this real quick? Yeah, but we'll get a picture first. Oh, Gabe, you want to come in here for the picture though? Amazing. So we already. Oh yeah, sorry. So, all right, here we go, and then we'll all do this thing with you. Here you go. Come on here. Right.
Here we go.
Amazing. Amazing. Oh yeah.
Okay.
The Deep Station banner. Amazing. Amazing. Thank you. Wonderful. Thank you. All right. And from our cohort 1 and now cohort 2, Natalia Laverda. Amazing. So wonderful, so amazing. She's really, really crushing it, and I'm always happy to chat with her. That's my
where's
motivational
where's
thought.
the graduation background music?
Oh, that's a good question, actually. Well, my phone, my computer is at 5% battery right now, but here we go. Amazing, thank you. Great, and actually, that is a good point. Maybe we should have some music up in here.
Next, we have Mike Kelly. Thank you for your
Oh yeah, it is a little dark. Should we get some light in here? Amazing, and we'll actually move this over here. But give it up for Mike Kelly. Congratulations, congratulations. All right, Maya Carroll, let's give it up. Amazing. Oh, yep, come on here. Amazing. Great, great. Oh, it's funny. You want to do the honors? Actually, make sure. Just getting someone that's actually here. We do have absentees, yes. Here we go. Katie, do you want to do the honors? Pablo, amazing, congratulations. Yay, amazing, amazing. And Robert Laredo, come on up. Amazing, amazing. From speaker to student, and also to speaker. And to partner as well. Thank you so much. Perfect.
Thanks, everybody.
Absolutely. Thank you. Oh, yeah. We do take those sometimes. There you go.
Next, we have Rodolfo Capdevia.
Let's give it up for Rodolfo.
You had to give it to me.
You can say the first name.
You had to give it to me.
Welcome, Rodolfo. Oh, let me give this back to you. Here you go. Welcome, welcome.
Hey, hey.
Thank you so much.
Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Look at that.
Congratulations. You can take it, yes. I'll take it back, Rescinded. No. Amazing. Here you go.
Sally Latelli.
Sally Latelli. Three percent battery on my computer. I'm sure it's fine. I'm sure it's fine. We're not playing with fire here.
Yeah, like why do you need that?
Amazing. Amazing. Well, I know he's not here today, but William Combs, I know that you're on the live stream potentially. We'll get that for you later. Amazing. The one and only. I really appreciate him. He's always here and, always from cohort 1 to cohort 2 now. Always a fast learner and appreciate everything he says. Noman Bari, amazing, amazing. Not here today, not here today. A few folks are online today. Alex Kerrigan, amazing. Let's give it up. Alex Kerrigan. Okay. I know that Antonio is not here today as well. He left a little early, but for the live stream, Antonio Ponte. Yes, he's a great guy. I remember when we first talked about the courses, I remember we were at Nova Southeastern University when we had our session, and he was like, let me know when you have a course. And I did, and now he's here. So let me see. You just start saying their names.
Next up, Denver Tracy.
Denver Tracy. Yes. Give me one moment while I make sure this gets charged. It's okay for right now. I think I'll just put it here on the floor. Everyone's like, oh, so I guess I won't do that. Well, it doesn't reach, so there we go.
That works.
Yeah, amazing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you as well. Appreciate it.
Thanks.
Amazing. Denver Tracy. Really appreciate you being in our class. Always appreciate your questions and the demos that you presented. Really brought everything full circle. Absolutely amazing.
Bye, everybody.
Well done, everyone. Adriana, she's not here today, but she's also wonderful. Appreciate you. She couldn't make it today. She was sick, but give it up for Adriana. What was that? Yeah. Oh, what was that? No, you're right here. You are Enrique. Let's go for Enrico Escobar. Ah! 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 Here you go. Have a good one, man. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. All of your questions, office hours, and everything. Special place in my heart for he's been around for the community for a very long time. Let's give it up for Dan G. Dan. Thank you so much, man. Cohort 1, Cohort 2. Always appreciate you. Thank you so much for being a wonderful part of the community. Here you go.
Need about 2 more courses.
We'll get them.
Thank you.
Thank you. We already mentioned William. We mentioned Adriana, Noman Bari, right? Alex Kerrigan, Antonio. Let's give it up for Kevin. Kevin, everyone. Amazing. Thank you, Kevin. I know on your Luma you didn't have your last name there, so we'll give you another one. We'll get you there.
Mother will be proud.
Good.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it. And Carlos A. Fernandez, let's give it up. He's not here today. He's on the live stream, but we appreciate Carlos. Amazing, amazing. And I can't believe I didn't have, certificates for the instructors, but we'll have to do that next time. I got one for me. No, I'm kidding. Which I actually did, but that was on accident. That was oh, thank you.
Don't worry.
That was for testing purposes.
I'll take a
Not-
check. For
although slightly narcissistic potentially. No, I'm kidding. But in any event, we'll cut that out. But for the live stream. But so Katie, I want all of us to have 1 or 2 minutes to share as instructors. Just to share what they've learned with the class and just what they appreciate and just some final thoughts. So Katie, take it away.
Well, thank you so much. I really feel like it's hard for. Oh, it sounds
okay.
Okay. I feel like I'm in a room full of peers more than like I'm an instructor. It's mostly just kind of floating around, making sure things go smoothly. But it's been a real pleasure. Everyone who's shown their work or asked any questions is like super humbling that you think that I know anything. But no, seriously, it's really like I believe in learning agility, and I think like I can really attest to, a place like Deep Station. You have a community. I know that sounds like very cliche, but you really have a wealth of knowledge at your disposal. Someone you met with a great idea, someone you met as an instructor, whatever. You can ask them questions like, I want to build something. What do you think? Or how did you do this? And I feel like I've learned so many things that way where I have like these harebrained ideas. I meet someone at a Deep Station event, someone like Micah or Gabe, and I'm like, hey, I want to do this. I want to make a website that's a dashboard for demolitions in the city of Miami. How do I do that? And someone is like, let me get on a call and show you, or I recommend this. And it's just been, that's what it's about. And also, I mean, from a, upskilling perspective, whether you have a job and you're trying to have new things to bring to the table, or you need a job, I was working in learning and development. It got very stale for me. And now we're in this age and I'm ahead of the game, and it's kind of got me a job that I really love and just get to play all day with ideas. And some of them get rejected and some of them like, that's a great idea. And a lot of it is knowledge I've gotten from Deep Station. So thank you guys so much for having me here, and congratulations.
I truly appreciate it. And, you know, and Gabe, I also appreciate that. And so take it away, Gabe.
Well, I want to also likewise appreciate you as well. You know, it's been a teaching experience, but a teaching moment. It's taught me a lot about, you know, the things that I needed to help you with were things that I had to go out and have a reason to learn. And that made me smarter. I also learned a lot about what your needs were so that I could relate and empathize more with folks that are not like hardcore engineers, you know what I mean? Because sometimes you get out of touch if you don't, you know, talk to people and know what everybody's working on and see how many other entrepreneurs are actually out there that are hype about their ideas as much as you're hype about your own. It's really great to know you all and to have met you. I'm so inspired by what you're doing and just the effort you're putting in to learn and not even catch up, but get ahead. I respect it. And so just as you said as well, we're in a room full of peers.
Let's give it up. Let's give it up one more time for Katie and Gabe. Amazing, amazing. Thank you so much. It's absolutely incredible. And likewise, I couldn't say it better myself. I'm just so happy to see all of you by the end of this course, you know, being able to present such wonderful demos and everything, to get to know all of you personally, to learn what you're building, to see the growth. I mean, I'm really just blown away because I believe that we're in this most interesting moment in human history. The moment where AI is accelerating, and yet it's able to bring all of us up, raise all of us up, accomplish our tasks, our jobs, help make our future better, because we will be able to work with it, to connect to everything, to accelerate everything, and with that, we will be able to achieve our dreams, whether it's making a business, being an employee faster and easier by being able to be more productive, to make more time for ourselves, for our family, and for our friends. And really, it's all about, as mentioned, comes back to community, as cliche as it sounds. I think working with AI has taught me more about what it means to be human than anything else. And being able to work with all of you, truly, and also being able to educate, honestly, has taught me so much about myself, about working with others, about helping to really just be able to actually share this knowledge. And it's really such a beautiful thing to be able to share knowledge and do it openly. And that's what I want DeepStation to be all about, open learning, right? We want to help accelerate this globally, not just here in Miami, but around the world. And to do that, we need partners, we need peers, and we need you. And so thank you for being part of our community, for being part of this cohort, and we can't wait to take you to the next level and to grow with you and to then also learn from you, because we're already learning from you. As mentioned, you're our peers, and we can't wait to see you next time. So let's give it up for all of you. And as one does, let's bring it all up here for a picture, everyone. Let's get a picture. Amazing, amazing. Go on, bring up your certificates. We'll take a picture here in the front. I always appreciate it. And, you know, I'll have my certificate.
You had one? You made yourself one.
As a test,
yeah.
You know.
I love how it's like Grant Kurtz and signed by Grant Kurtz. It's like that Obama meme. You know that meme with Obama?
Grant Kurtz signed by Grant Kurtz, you know. Here, you can hold it. You don't know. Oh, actually, yes. Here you go. That's actually really funny. Yes, amazing. And then we'll have to switch someone from.
Wait, like next to the tallest person.
I think you're fine, yeah.
Next to the tallest person.
You can't see his belly button, maybe.
Should we all say Deep Station? Maybe like a little video? Oh, yes, absolutely. We understand. Thank you. All right. All right. 3, 2, 1. Deep Station. Yeah. Amazing, amazing. For all of you. Thank you all, everyone, so much. Appreciate it. Thank you, Katie. We'll get you a certificate as well.
I had the experience.
Amazing. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Absolutely, man. Thank you. I'm
back and do the next one and the next one. and the
Absolutely,
next one.
we'll keep having like really good ones, and keep accelerate the learning, and building on the last ones, and go in different verticals, by marketing, all the fun things, right? So, yeah, man. We would also love if anyone has some time. Also, we would love to get some testimonials or like just a video, just like what you learned or if you liked it. Amazing, thank you. Amazing, thank you. I appreciate that. Oh, and just a quick mention. Oh, everyone. Just a quick mention. We're going to be asking for if anyone wants to share some video or like just like a quick testimonial, we'll just record a video and feel free. We'll be recording some and just sharing about what you learned and what you liked about it. And only if you want. It's optional completely. Thank you.
Head out, but I have your contact. I'll shoot you a message.
Absolutely.
Maybe you can have a cup of coffee or
Let's
something.
do
See
it.
if there's any overlap with what
Yes,
you guys do.
absolutely.
That'd be cool.
Send me a message anytime. Let's get a coffee sometime, maybe later next week.
Okay.
Amazing.
Good.
Sounds good. Thank you so much,
It was a
man. I
real pleasure.
appreciate it.
Thank you, guys.
Have a good one, Kevin. Robert, how you doing?
Friend,
Thank
always,
you.
Always,
You
always.
as well.
Likewise, man.
Hey, thank you so
Good
much.
job
I
on the whole
truly
course.
appreciate it.
Really
Yes,
good.
thank you. Would you like to share, anything that you learned from the course, or if you'd like to do a quick testimony?
Oh, yeah, sure.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Let's let out name something.
Right,
yeah,
yes.
Sure.
Or we can always like, be funny, like we edit the face, edit the sound, it's a dark
Yeah,
voice,
use a raspy face sound. Any overlay of Brad Pitt would be fine.
No.
Or any other-
No. Oh, yes, absolutely. Yes. Thank you, Nia. I so appreciate it. You too. Thank
so
you.
much. And I still want to sit down and have coffee.
Yes, let's make that happen. Maybe next week or the week after. Whenever we're all busy people.
Perfect. Because
Perfect.
I'm heading back to DC for a couple months.
Yeah.
So I'd love to chat before I leave.
Absolutely.
So I will shoot you a message to see what next week is looking like.
Amazing. Sounds great. I'm free pretty much every day except Monday. And
Every
then-
day except Monday.
I mean, like at different times, right?
Fair point,
Yeah.
fair point, yeah.
If you'd like to share anything about what you thought about the course, feel free. Or I can send a form or something like that. Or don't worry, it's all optional. We'll send an anonymous form after. Yeah. Oh, let me delete this. Oh, yes, absolutely. We'll see you next week.
Yeah, and then do some forms. I'd love to put like a written quote. My nephew's birthday was celebrated.
I'll go next after those.
Well, no. See, this is an opportunity. No, this is an opportunity. Because we're all networking now. Look at how. Oh,
Yeah.
so really it's your
I just made everything nice.
Oh, it's got your vibe. Happy Father. I don't have the opportunity to walk up to somebody and say, I'm kidding. Wow, it could.
No one, nobody dies.
Probably. Is this the?
No, it's not. Most people do it.
I didn't take her.
Great. Yes, how much that?
But, okay, I'm gonna stop recording now, okay? Uploads in progress. All right, I'll ask for it.
I know,
I may sing your side. No, I've been out of state. I came back. So I'm like, did it out. That's I mean, shit, Homestead is my habitat. Homestead is. Good to see you.
All right, so we're gonna stop there. Thank you so much. Bye, congratulations. Oh, Katie. Oh, you can make it. We haven't been
You want me to stop the live stream? Because I did, when I clicked the X, here, it says upload